It's now a little bit past 6:30, and so we're going to call the meeting to order. And we would like to start out first with, if you would like to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I guess I'm supposed to tell you that we're at 46 Park Boulevard at the Women's Club. This is a regular meeting of the Fairfax Town Council, and it's about 6:34 p.m. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Egger.
Here.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Here.
Mayor Blash.
Here.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Egger.
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the coastal Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors past, present, and emerging. I'm going to also go over the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meeting. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council, staff, or other members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. Please turn off all cellular phones or place them in silent mode. I wanted to say that I've been especially concerned about, some derogatory language used particularly towards our staff. So I wanted to clarify, yes, you can be critical. Please don't be demeaning. Our staff work really hard for our community, and staff turnover is extremely expensive and damaging for all people in Fairfax. So while it might feel good in the moment, I hope you will keep in mind the broader good of keeping Fairfax, a whole community. So the town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. and ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. And there are a couple of announcements that I think that our town attorney would like to make.
Thank you. So the first announcement is that there was a letter that went out regarding the School Street Plaza project that...
Can you put your microphone closer to you?
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Yeah? Okay. There was
Excuse me, I just got something that the sound is muted on Zoom. Can we check that? Okay. I know we can go ahead, but
Okay.
And thank you. And part of the reason I'm sort of re-emphasizing people getting the microphone close to their mouths is that, I'm getting a little bit hard of hearing as I go older, and a lot of people in the audience have a hard time hearing if we're not speaking directly into the microphone. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
also no sound on CMCM.
Okay. So shortly before this meeting started, there was a letter that went out to the developer and the developer's attorney regarding School Street Plaza project. That letter will be, if it isn't already, be put on the website, and so that will be available shortly. The other announcement that I had is that the Coons versus Town of Fairfax case regarding the unhoused encampment, the judge has taken the matter under submission and so has taken the hearing for June 10th off calendar. And the judge will issue a decision, and this is on the motion to dismiss that we filed, will issue a decision at some point in the near future. We do not have any further information about that. It's not unusual for a judge to take a matter under submission, take a hearing off calendar. That's not unusual at all. But we're just going to have to wait and see what the decision on the motion to dismiss the lawsuit is. And I will end with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're now moving on to open time for public expression. So this is the time for the public to address the council on matters not listed on the agenda. Each speaker is limited to 2 minutes. The council cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda as restricted by state law, which is Government Code Section 54954.2. If there are more speakers after 30 minutes, we'll move open time to the rest of the open time to the end of the agenda. So let's have people line up at the podium, and each person gets 2 minutes to speak. Thank you. Can you turn the microphone on so we can all hear you? Thank you so much.
Sweet creeping. Okay. My name is Lou Tremaine. I live at 88 Monte Vista Road. Town. Okay. So we have a complicated microphone. That's all right. Through the mayor, I would like to ask Attorney Colson a question. You said that a letter went out today to the developer. Might we know what that letter said?
You know, my understanding is we're not doing a back and forth here, so we can't do that, but I'm going to assume you can look it up online. Is it online on our website?
It'll be online tomorrow morning. We just gotten it, so, yep.
Okay, well, that's rather unsatisfactory, but I'm glad to hear that a letter went out. I can't wait to see what it says. I hope it says what I want it to say, because I think we've been pretty explicit in our demands regarding such a letter, and basically to tell the developer that they are not exempt from the public process. And that is exactly what we need to say. We need to tell them that. They have failed on numerous levels to meet the bar for exemption. And I would hope that that letter conveys that, because that's really what needs to happen. And if it doesn't happen, and that's not what the letter says, and I'm dying to know when that's going to be online so I can read it, we will be filing an injunction to make sure that y'all do the right thing. And we're not playing here. This isn't a game. We're very serious. A 6-story building in the middle of downtown Fairfax is not acceptable when part of it is in wetlands. Okay, well, my 2 minutes is up.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All that in a bag of chips.
Okay, Sierra.
Sierra Salen. Fairfax Festival this weekend. Can we have a good time? Everybody. Other than that, I'm here to yell at everybody. Everybody, everywhere on all sides. Just knock it off, okay? Other than that, I'm hard of thinking. You know, affordable housing. It's a nice idea. Under $120,000 per year for School Street. Who are we serving with that? Are we serving those of us that grew up here? Are we serving our community and the people that actually live here? How many people that have been here in Fairfax for 30, 40, 50 years actually make $120,000 a year? None of the people I know. I urge us all to get involved and put our bodies on the lines with our hearts and our minds behind it. A 7-story building in Fairfax's heart only serves the profits of the developers. It's not affordable housing. It's not serving our town. We're going to have 3 years of construction, trucks and traffic and hauling on our already congested roads that are too narrow and are in bad shape. We need housing, yes, but this Borg monstrosity, and it is a Borg monstrosity, serves no one but the developers' profits. I urge us all to stop this stupid blight, because that's what it is. It's a stupid blight. And yes, this is my town. I'm not going to be NIMBY about it, but it's stupid. It's like, I am going to be NIMBY. Not in my backyard, not in my front yard, not in my town. A 7-story building does not fit here, and it does not serve us. It does not serve our community. Just say no. Put our bodies on the line. I'll be there chained to it.
Thanks so much. Next, please.
Hi, my name's Ross Asselstein. I'm from San Anselmo. I snuck here under the cover of sunset, I guess. I've given the same discussion at the town of Larkspur, the town of Ross, here, San Anselmo, and the Board of Supervisors. I've been on the flood story for 15 years and have an extensive background in big projects going well, and I've seen them go bad. Frank and I've been on this for a very long time. My discussion with the supervisors is that staff at county, while burning through $50 million, has been acting like advocates, not fiduciaries. I drafted a long letter about the built-in risks there are in this new system they built, where if a pump station in Kenfield doesn't work, everyone up and down the valley gets sued. It's much more complex than what happened in the 60s. And all I'm doing now is asking people like Frank, who's on the advisory board, and other people in Larkspur and Ross to just simply push the county to get answers from staff that act as fiduciaries, not as advocates. The problem we've had and the reason they've burned through that amount of money is because they see themselves as needing to progress something irregardless of anything else. So I'm just here to support Frank. It's a long letter I've written on risk because I have extensive background in this kind of craziness. And usually I solve those problems and move forward. I look forward to Frank being the advocate that I know he is, as well as the other towns. Thank you very much.
And also, is this letter something, just a point that you have submitted to the council?
Every one of those towns and the board has it. I can submit it to this town council if you like. I'll submit that tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive, Fairfax. I am wondering why the town has stopped enforcing our sign ordinance, our design review when buildings are being painted in the downtown area. That's supposed to come before the Planning Commission. When I've asked staff about that, I have been told that we're understaffed and code is enforced by complaint only, but wait in line because it might take a really long time to get an answer. I have not gotten an answer. It used to be that our code was enforced. It was automatic. And now all of a sudden it's not. If we have enough staff to put towards having a bicycle pedestrian committee to use up an $80,000 grant, I think our staff time would be better served enforcing our town codes, because that's the whole image of this little town. It's always been what we look like. We also, I'd like to see the formula business ordinance corrected, which I was told a year and a half ago would be happening, and it still hasn't happened, especially in light of what could be coming down the pike here with 5,000 square feet of retail in this building that doesn't belong. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
You need to press the button.
Oh,
Please.
thank you. Okay.
Okay. I'm here to invite you to an event Sunday night at 6:30 at San Anselmo Presbyterian Church. It's in honor of Sandra Killen. Maybe some of you know her. I'm going to read the flyer to you, and I'll hand out some. The title is From the Front Lines to Our Hearts, an Evening for Gaza, Sunday, June 8th, 6:30 to 8:30. Hear firsthand from Sandra Adler Killen, local pediatric trauma nurse and lactation consultant, just back from her 3rd month-long medical mission in Gaza, also featuring poetry by Anita Barrows. And I have a copy of Anita's poetry here. It's drop dead beautiful. It'll break your heart. Psychologist, she's a psychologist and longtime advocate for peace and justice, both in conversation, moderated by her daughter, Nora Barrows Friedman, of seasoned journalist with the Electronic Intifada and KPFA's Flashpoints, who has reported on Palestine for over 2 decades. If you make reservations at Evening for Gaza at Eventbrite, please join us in person or online. If you reserve a ticket, you can go online. This is a free event. Donations are gratefully accepted, and they will go directly to medical relief efforts in Gaza through doctors worldwide. So I hope you all come and join us. Sandra needs a lot of support, and it's a wonderful, positive thing to do. You all are aware that right now doctors operating in the hospitals where she worked do not have bandages, they don't have fresh water, they don't have anesthesia for doing operations, they don't have food for the staff because of the blockade. So this is our way of doing something positive.
Thank you so much.
By the way, Sandy was our Citizen of the Year last year.
Great. Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jody Timms, Cascade Drive. I want to thank all those who are responsible for the colorful flags that are flying throughout town. I think they're really beautiful and supportive. Second, I'd like to mention a really great new program I heard about called EASE, E-A-S-E. It's available for middle and low-income homeowners in Marin to get low-cost home energy upgrades and minor repairs. The program involves a free home visit and customized energy efficiency products such as wall and ceiling insulation, air and duct sealing or replacement, weatherization, a smart thermostat, and possible electrification upgrades. As we all know, we need to move toward less pollution, cleaner and healthier homes. So if your household of, say, 2 people makes less than $188,000 a year, you would qualify for this program. This is a Bay Ren program for all 9 counties across the Bay Area. So this program is really ideal for many people like those of us who live in Fairfax, who live in older homes. We experience heat or cold issues in the summer or winter, and if you live on a fixed income and have been putting off home repairs due to rising costs. So there's more information that is available at the county website. There's also going to be a webinar on this new program on June 25th, and on Saturday at the EcoFest in the pavilion, the Fairfax Climate Action Committee will be tabling and we'll have flyers about this program and a lot of great other information to share. And just finally, I want to add my voice to those who don't support the efforts to recall our mayor and vice mayor, and I want to encourage the council and the community to work productively together.
Great. Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, I'm Michael Rosenthal. Excuse me. And I want to express my support and appreciation for Mayor Blash, Vice Mayor Hellman, and also for Councilmember Kohler. Month after month, I've seen you endure bullying from a small group whose goal seems to be to make your job so miserable that you just give up and quit. Thank you for persevering and not giving in. There are a lot of us who feel the same way and who stand behind you. Despite what the folks behind the recall would have people believe, I've seen you go to great lengths to be fair to everyone and to try to bring the council together. One example is your efforts to encourage the other 2 council members to join together with you in the Fairfax parade, rather than riding in a car by themselves. I sent an email to Councilmember Girangelli about this over 2 weeks ago, as yet unanswered. Here's an excerpt of it, and I make the same appeal to Councilmember Egger. First of all, thank you for opening Deer Park Villa to the families of the victims of that horrible accident. It was great that you did that. I'm writing to ask you to extend the same level of class and graciousness to your participation in the Fairfax parade. I urge you to put politics aside and walk or ride with your fellow council members in the parade. Joining them doesn't mean you agree with them on all or even most issues. What it means is that you all love our town, which I know you do, and view the parade and festival as a time for joy, not grievances. My wife and I planned our wedding 22 years ago around the Fairfax parade. We had a wedding float and invited all of our guests to join us in the parade, then had our actual wedding at Deer Park Villa later that afternoon. So you can see how important the parade is in our lives and why we associate it with joy and harmony.
And I'm going to check really quickly. How many people do we have online waiting to speak as well? Okay. So if we can just stick with the group that we have now, no more people suddenly jumping up as they are now. Let's see. Where are we at in terms of time? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we can get through these people, but I want to say I don't want any more people to jump up suddenly because we really need to get to the people online and move on to the meeting. But I do want to make sure the public has a chance to speak. So let's go ahead and move through the group. Nobody past Todd, please, so we can get to the Zoom people. Thank you.
Hello, Rick Hamer, Fairfax. I'd like to echo the previous speaker. I've been learning a lot about the parade. I think the parade is a symbol of unity and love for the town. And I realize that not everyone can march and some people need to drive. And I know Frank's got his image of being in a car, and that's great. That's how we like to see him. And but I do think that the council is all sitting together right here, and I'd like to see the council together in the beginning of the parade. Maybe not in the same car, maybe walking in the side, but together. And once you get to the park, you can do what the rest of us do, but please show us some unity, show us your love for Fairfax. I tell you, I've known Mike, I've known you for a long time, and Barbara and Lisa, I really think that we really need to just spend a moment and show Fairfax what we're made out of. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. This is a general comment, as I see that there are several taxes being raised. This is not a comment on any of them specifically. We have record revenue from property tax. I believe we have record revenue from sales tax, even with the stores, several stores that have closed. We have a town manager who makes more than anyone here has and has more power than anyone here had previously in a similar position, and that was granted by the last town council. So one would think that a $1.1 million operating deficit, having taken that out of reserves to balance the budget, with all the highest revenues coming in, that something is systemically wrong.
Now, are you making comments about the budget? Because we will be discussing that, and we'll hold your time. But are you making a comment about the budget, which is on the agenda?
No, I wasn't making a comment about
So you're
that.
talking about taxes, which
Just
we're talking about.
taxes in general, yes.
Okay.
And so the other point that I brought up several times before is, it'd be nice to give something back to the taxpayers. We've seen Flood District 9 take in a lot of money in what was a questionable election to begin with for that measure. It passed. They've taken in tens of millions of dollars. It's time to get out. This will save Fairfax taxpayers, what, $120 a year? They might look more kindly on seeing taxes somewhere here, there being raised. But what they would really like to see is some reciprocal cutting within the town itself. And I've heard this before, oh, the town doesn't have any money, but the town could spend $30 on neo-pronouns.
Next, please.
Jane Richardson Mack, 49 Madrone Road. I've lived here 45 years, and I've loved this town the way it was. I would love to see it change, but change according to what is appropriate for the town. 6- and 7-story buildings are not appropriate. Stack and pack doesn't have anything to do with Fairfax whatsoever. We could certainly supposed to be able to find places where affordable housing could be built that would be nice to live in, not live in things that look like a prison. That's just one thing. The other thing, I thought that the rainbow flags are beautiful, but it broke my heart. Memorial Day was kind of a non-event. My father was a captain in the Merchant Marines. He sailed the Liberty ship through the Atlantic and told me stories of sailors in the ocean, freezing ocean, holding hands and singing, knowing very well no one was coming to rescue them. To have those people forgotten or not even mentioned while there's a new, more popular movement taking place, to me is unconscionable, and that's not how I see Fairfax being. And I have to support the recall because I think we need a stronger spine to fight what's coming down the pike. I haven't seen that. Otherwise we wouldn't have this, I don't think, or we would hear more about how to fight. The community would be invited to offer solutions, anything we can think of, instead of just nothing. And having this happen and having 5 or 6 more coming up. Our town won't be a town. It'll be a city. It'll look like San Rafael. Please don't have that be your legacy. Don't leave us with that. So either step down or recall or something. Don't let that happen. And thirdly, I have to say, I support Mike and Frank. To have all 5 of you in a car together would be just so hypocritical that it would be not good. So do what you want, support the town the way you can, and it fills your heart, moves it. I say thank you. It's not a good, pleasant job you have. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Next, please.
Thank you, Michael Sexton, longtime Fairfax resident. I support the last speaker and also support Lou and Sierra in opposition to the School Street Plaza behemoth. When I spoke to the reps at School Street Project at their open house, I asked them what the benefit was to Fairfax. They had no reply because as it stands, there is no benefit, only nightmare issues. But since such developments unfortunately may be inevitable, I propose taking full advantage of the current building boom by levying a special tax on large construction developments to which the revenue specifically goes to projects that benefit the community. These taxes do not interfere with any ministerial process for approval of the developments and are not outlawed by the state. I would like you to consider, and I propose, a 4-hour community members tax, FOCM, that would be levied on all new construction over 30,000 square feet or development over 3 stories tall. With 7 potential construction sites easily bringing in 2,500 new residents, a modest fee of $25 per square foot of interior space could potentially bring in tens of millions of dollars worth of revenue to Fairfax. With School Street Plaza coming in at 257,000 square feet, this proposal would net $6.4 million alone on that development. And what's even better for you, the current town council, you could claim this as a major achievement of your tenure. However, this revenue cannot be used to mitigate any financial mismanagement of the past. Rather, I propose it to be used to improve and expand existing community programs and parks, including potentially the transformation of half of the parkade into a downtown arts and community park, but that's for a further agenda. This improvement of parks would add to the quality of life aspect of Fairfax and help Fairfax retain its charm and appeal as Marin's favorite small town. If it's determined that the proposed behemoth development projects cannot be negotiated back to an appropriate scale, then I say we need to turn these projects into a huge windfall revenue source that substantially benefits the people of Fairfax.
Great, thank you so much. Next, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to point out for all the people that are kind of villainizing the School Street project, the developers took advantage of what the prior town council set up. The prior town council worked with Diet Bahia and came up with these allotments. And if the town council failed to ask those questions, if we allocate 175 units to this project, what are the additional bonuses that can come onto this project to grow it to 243? That's not the developer's fault. The developers came in with a plan. How can we maximize this on the fundamental foundation that the prior town council set. So the prior town council should be held at fault. And certainly the town council, if they weren't able to ask those questions or didn't understand those concerns, should certainly look at our housing consultant, Diet Bahia, who we have paid excessively. And so now the entire collective project, we have spent over $1.4 million when a town of this size should have been under $450,000. So again, we shouldn't be villainizing the School Street project. We should be looking at the prior town council and looking at the advice they got from the housing element consultants that they employed. And last but not least, these are one of the reasons I support the recall. And the most important thing to me about the recall is if somebody knew the community really didn't want you here, why wouldn't that person keep the dignity and move aside? What are we fighting about so bad? Is their income? It just doesn't make sense to me that somebody would fight for something so bad from a minority position, because I think it's well known that should the petition get enough signatures and it goes to the vote, there's no hope. So really do question, why would somebody keep fighting this? Why would somebody, what are they not giving up? Thank you.
Thank you. Todd, please.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. First, our mic needs to be fixed. I've brought this up numerous times. It varies dramatically for person to person. Next, I object to the ageism and the discrimination that has gone on against Councilman Ager by members of this town council, by the town attorney, and I object to the frequent interruptions of Mayor Blash when somebody is speaking. She doesn't let them finish their thoughts, purposely interrupts them because she has precognizance of what they're going to say, even though all of many things relate together. So please let me finish throughout the night and going forward without interruption, and others. Next, many people don't get the time to read through all of this. There are 4 tax hikes that you are seeking to push forth today. I attended the full-day budget workshop, and I recorded that on video. Many people don't know that there is little effort put into cost-cutting talk aside from Mike Girangeli and Frank Ager, that there is lots of discussion about how we could increase the taxes. Well, tonight, 4 taxes to be increased up to 25% without a vote of the people. Please stop digging your hole and pulling us in.
I know you're going to be angry that I'm interrupting you, but that is on the agenda, so you need to
You don't
discuss
need
that
to
when it's on
interrupt
the
me.
agenda.
I'd like my time back, and in the future, I'd like to be able to
Todd.
finish my thought without interruption.
Todd,
You're rude.
Todd, I'm just going to say that my role here is to keep the meeting, the order of the meeting. And so we don't talk about stuff that isn't, that's on the agenda, except when we get to the part where it's on the agenda. And that's partially for the public, right? Because we want to make sure people know when that discussion is actually going to be happening. And that's why we put out a meeting and a meeting notice in advance and everything to make sure that people know when we're going to be discussing something and that's the proper time for them to tune in and to hear about it. So I just want to make sure that you hold some things for when we're actually at that point in the agenda. And it's not an intent to cut you off. You do get a lot of time throughout most of the meetings, but you want to really address that during the time we're discussing that. Thank you.
Okay, I still object to how you conduct yourself. I don't think it's very becoming. I don't think it's very fair to people. And I want to explain why this needs to come out now. There are numerous consent calendar items that you pack the consent calendar. I can talk about this because it's in general.
No, I think you need to really talk about it when we get to the consent calendar. I am interrupting because it is my role as mayor, although I am a small, quiet woman, to moderate the meeting. And so I am going to say that you really need to address some of these things when we get to that point on the agenda. And that's not because I'm being rude, but my role is to moderate the meeting and make sure that we address things when we're supposed to address them.
If you don't allow people enough time to comment and you shunt them and you cut down the consent calendar time, it's inappropriate. So I'm using my free speech time to tell you that there is a process problem here.
Okay, thank you. Next, please.
Do you want to go to Zoom?
Okay, folks, I did say that I didn't want people to keep jumping up. So if we can really end with, I think it's Mr. Kelly over there, we really need to move on. We're letting people go way longer than we would usually allow them to, but I do want to make sure that people have their time. So I'm going to let Nancy and Doug go, and then we have 4 people online, and then we're just going to have a late meeting. So I'm really looking for that balance between allowing the community to speak and having a timely meeting. So we get complaints both for not allowing people to speak, not allowing people to speak enough, and then also for having the meeting run until very late at night. So we're just trying to find that balance there. So anyway, appreciate your patience. Please go ahead.
I'm Nancy Clothier. I live here in Fairfax. I've lived here for 35 years. I just want to say that it's more of a plea. Please elevate the conversation in here. I respect all these people up here, and I can't. I'm against the recall simply because I think you could all do a good job together. And it's really hard for me to hear people shaming you and correcting you week after week after week. I haven't wanted to come to the meetings because of this. It's painful. It's triggering. And I'm just tired of this whole thing. So anyway, thank you all.
Thank you. Doug?
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. As I mentioned before, I generally watch these proceedings from home because the speaker system in this room is awful. I think it shouldn't be that hard to fix. So I'd like to have somebody take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think we may take that up later this evening in the town manager report. Okay. And then I'm going to say that's the last. Okay. She's just going to turn the microphone off. Can we move to the people on Zoom, and then we'll just move on to the regular meeting agenda? I also wanted to note that I'm trying to keep people from jumping up, but I also want to recognize that also that for some of us standing in line for, 20 minutes while everyone else speaks is hard. So we'll just keep trying to find a way to make sure that people can speak comfortably. Thank you.
There are 6 speakers on Zoom. The first speaker is Kristen, followed by Cindy. Kristen, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Kristen Omley, and I want to invite you all to a presentation about women in Marin who are living with change, resilience, and joy. This is hosted by the Equity and Inclusion Committee of the Marin County Commission on Aging. The presentation is on Monday, June 9th from 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. at 1600 Los Gamos Drive, Suite 345 in San Rafael, and also via Zoom. And it's a panel discussion, and the description is behind the image of affluence, Marin County's rising costs and hidden challenges, caregiving demands, career interruptions, and systemic barriers impact women of all ages. Financial insecurity remains a huge concern for older adults and people with disabilities in general, and especially women who often live longer and have made lower salaries. This panel includes 3 women's inspiring stories of resilience and adaptation that showcase their vital role in contributing to the fabric of life and strengthening our community. Join a vibrant panel discussion to gain actionable insights to advocate for change through policy, community initiatives, or personal action. Join us as we help shape the future for women in Marin. The Marin County Commission on Aging business meeting will follow, and for more information and to get a recap of what I just said, you can call the Marin Information Line at 415-473-INFO. This line is staffed Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and has a lot of great information about resources and services in Marin County, including those for older adults and people with disabilities and family caregivers. Additionally, I want to mention Memorial Day and ask that next year our town take this opportunity to honor the people and the families who died for our country, including our older adults and people with disabilities, of which there are many. Novato has a great program where they honor veterans and from which we could learn. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Cindy, followed by Mimi. Cindy, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. Cindy Ross here. And I wanted to let everybody know that I wrote a letter today to a gentleman named Mike Kim. Mr. Kim works for Mill Creek Residential, the folks behind School Street Plaza proposal. According to their website, he's their Senior Managing Director of Development for their Northern California office, responsible for construction of multifamily mixed-use communities and commercial development with aggregate values in excess of 2.2 billion with a B in the Northern California and Pacific Northwest market. The gist of my letter to him was, one, no, they're not entitled to build their own community in our small town or otherwise to bully us in the guise of state housing laws. Two, no, they can't add commercial space on top of density bonuses that are already being misused to exceed appropriate size limits. And three, they need to scale this project way down, to sit down with us and figure out a way to move forward that makes sense, not only for their pocketbooks, but for us that are already living here in Fairfax and love our community. And I want to know if every single council member that's sitting here will work together, just a yes or no answer, to prevent inappropriate construction of this monstrosity, which has nothing to do with affordable housing. I'm really tired, like other people have said, about all the infighting and the recalls and all this nonsense. I just want to know, yes or no, are you going to work together in our benefit for our town together? Thank you.
Thank you. And I just, before we move to the next speaker, I've kind of been watching it and not realizing I was watching it, but we do have successful transcription going on down here. It's a little hard to see from here, but I'm hoping that it helps various of us keep track of the meeting. It can be next, and it's helpful to me anyway. So let's move to the next speaker.
Mayor, if I may just
Yes.
interrupt. For anyone who would like to see it a little closer, you can turn on the Zoom and enable the closed caption, and then you'll be seeing it that much closer, just in case anyone is wondering.
And can people see that when they're watching from home?
Yes, you just have to press the button that says caption and then turn on closed captions.
Great, thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Mimi Newton, followed by Lane. Mimi, you are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Mimi Newton, Mono Avenue, speaking in my personal capacity and not as a planning commissioner. I want to comment on the recall petition and urge folks to resist signing it. As many have pointed out before, a recall petition is costly and unnecessary, and dissatisfaction should be registered at the ballot and only by recall in cases of malfeasance and the like. And it seems to me that both Mayor Blash and Vice Mayor Hellman are each voting their consciences and working hard for our benefit and deserve to stay in their elected offices throughout the remainder of their terms. I'd like to recommend that instead people might look for opportunities to really work within the town to empower each other and support our community and support each other, because, you know, in times of emergency and crisis, we're all going to depend upon each other, regardless of where we stand on this recall. And I do expect people to put their differences aside for the sake of our community. And I don't think demonstrating civility and unity should be considered hypocritical and wouldn't represent, you know, standing aside from your ideals in any way. So I urge people, again, look at the vacancies on our, you know, boards and committees, and go to our meetings, and yeah, definitely go sit through an entire budget meeting. There's also a website that Marin County has of all the vacancies on their boards and commissions that I recommend people check out and see if there are opportunities for people to really make a difference in a way that suits them. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, please.
The next speaker is Lainey, followed by PJ. Lainey, you may unmute yourself.
Okay, maybe we'll move on to PJ unless she's online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. I grew up in Fairfax, and I I grew up in Fairfax, constantly being told like how lucky I was that I grew up in such like a progressive town that I could walk around in public as a visibly queer person without fear. In San Francisco and the Bay Area in general, like our entire culture was built by queer and trans people, and they in the 70s, 80s, and 90s they fought for housing justice, they fought for equity, they fought for racial justice by boycotting companies that refused to hire folks of marginalized identities. And now I feel like I'm seeing Fairfax citizens like piss on this legacy, and like there is a small town conservative takeover happening in Fairfax, California. And as far as I can tell, Stephanie Hellman and Mayor Blash are the only ones fighting it, and they're being condemned for it. And I really would like to see Fairfax living up to its so-called progressive politics and fighting this recall. I think this I think this recall is nuts. It's just yeah, it's I am not opposed. I personally am not opposed to the School Street Plaza building. Like I think that Fairfax desperately needs affordable housing, but even if you are opposed to the building, like the owner of that property wanted to get the area rezoned, right? Like it's not. I don't know. I think that this recall effort is absolutely nuts. I don't think that there has been any misconduct on behalf of Mayor Blash and Vice Mayor Hellman. I think that they're both excellent politicians with a lot of integrity, and I want to see more Fairfax citizens fighting this recall.
Thank you. Next, please.
The next speaker is PJ, followed by Paul. PJ, you may unmute yourself.
Hey, thank you. This is PJ Pfeffer speaking just on my own behalf in my individual capacity. First, quickly, just want to shout out and support almost everything the prior speaker said, agree with everything except for referring to Mayor Blash and Vice Mayor Hellman as politicians, because it's like a barely more than once a month volunteer unpaid position. Just, not a professional politician. But I'm calling just because of the trend we've seen and heard continuing to tonight of somehow blaming the prior town council for redevelopment and just completely ignoring the history of those people complaining about it now being the ones who facilitated this development in the anti-rent control and just cause eviction campaign that was extremely vociferously supported by these same voices in the room there tonight. They were making the claim that it would be better for renters too, because you need to build more units to lower prices. This was their logic. They specifically said they wanted more units in town to help people defray housing costs, which they acknowledged were an issue. And now, obviously, cynically, they're saying they don't want more units in town. I know they certainly wouldn't want a few hundred units up in the hills. That would be far more dangerous. But, it's just sad that they spent so much time and energy and money defeating very mild rent control and just cause eviction ordinances, because everybody who was living at School Street Plaza before would still be there now if those ordinances hadn't been repealed. And I really think there should be some introspection and less cynical anger by the people who facilitated this.
Right, thank you. Next, please. And let's keep it at the 6.
The next speaker is Paul. Paul, you may unmute yourself.
Okay. Maybe we need to move on. Well, can we move to the next person and maybe loop back? Oh, okay. I think we're going to have to move on unless, yeah, I think we just need to move on. Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to the regular agenda. And again, I'm just going to, talk about how we do this because um, we usually, the way you run a meeting is we start out by having a staff report or presentation or a consultant report and presentation, and then the council members ask questions of the staff to clarify things that were presented to them or that happened to be in the staff report. And then after that, we move on to public comment, right? So we're supposed to keep something of an open mind. We move on to public comment, and after public comment, we deliberate and vote on the item. So that's just how we're going to do it. I'm not trying to cut people off. It's sometimes people like sneak through something like happened earlier. I think Councilmember Kohler started kind of moving into comments, and then I kind of let her go. So then I let Mr. Garangeli go. So, not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to keep order in the meeting. Sometimes when you're in the heart of a passionate discussion, it's kind of hard to keep track of what's going on. So we'll keep trying to do it that way to the best of our ability. And now I think we are on to conducting a public review for fiscal year 2025-26, proposed operating and capital improvement budget, and provide direction to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Tonight, we're presenting the report for the adoption or for the consideration of a proposed budget for the next fiscal year, which starts July 1st. This is the second of 3 meetings that we're having for the budget for this next fiscal year. The first was a budget workshop that was held on April 18th. And at that meeting, we distributed a draft budget document that contained budget requests that were submitted by the departments and an initial presentations or projections from outside sources. These requests were reviewed and edited by senior management and presented as a balanced budget at that meeting. Based on the suggestions from the hearing and from subsequent updates of revenues and expense projections, we put together this proposed budget document that you have tonight. There may be further changes to this version of the budget as items that may be presented later in tonight's meeting and actions that the council may take at future meetings after the adoption of the budget, should it happen at the next meeting on July 16th. So this budget is a work in process. We'll fine-tune the numbers and projections as more information becomes available and incorporate them into an adopted budget document. So let's start off with a overview of the budget. Next slide. This next year, the town anticipates receiving about $14.6 million in revenues into the general fund. With a couple of minor exceptions, all of these revenues are general revenues, which are discretionary. That is to say, they're not restricted in their use, as is, say, gas tax, for example, which is a special revenue and is in a different group of funds. So it's segregated into its own fund. General fund revenues are discretionary and unrestricted. They can be used for whatever the council decides is appropriate to use them for. Whereas restricted funds, which include proceeds from our pension tax, are used to offset our retirement costs. And there are some building fees, such as road impact fees, which offset the town's road expenses. So the biggest source of revenues for the town are property taxes. You'll see that in the blue pie cut here. We expect this year to receive about $6.1 million in property taxes, which is about 58.6% of the projected general fund sources of funds. Sales taxes is the next biggest source. There's 2 pie sections here that represent sales taxes. The projections from Avenue, who is our consultant, and they help us project and track our sales tax revenues, are that we'll have a 3.7% increase over what we budgeted last year. This may change if the economy goes south, of course. The sales taxes in aggregate provide about 14.6% of our funds. Service charges, Measure F, other taxes and fees account for about 24% of revenues. And finally, we have a drawdown on surplus revenues from our prior year of about $619,000. That's an update from the $1.1 million that we had in our document last month because of improved revenue projections. So we're looking at about $619,000 drawdown of surplus revenues, which is about 3.4% of the sources of funds.
Sorry, Mike, before you continue, can we ask questions? Just 'cause you mentioned because I remember last review, the assumption for property revenue increase was 3.3 and now it's 3.7. Did I get that right?
Yes, I'll get into the revenues in an additional section here, but basically we're looking at revenues from property taxes being better than I had projected last time.
Okay, and because I thought you get those assumptions from the county. Did the county change them or?
County changes it every month.
Okay, got it.
Get an update every month on what they have as a current projection of property taxes. There's also other property taxes that I revised estimates on based on actual receipts that we had for, in the time period in between.
Perfect, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So let's do a deep dive on the main sources of income for the town. So property taxes is 58.6% of the town's budget. And it's very close to the same percentage that it was about 10 years ago when we received 56.4% of our revenues from property taxes. This slide shows a breakdown of a property tax bill and a portion that the town receives. I hear a lot of comments about, look at all the property taxes we pay. Why isn't the town doing more? Well, I wanted to clarify that the town receives about 18% of what property taxes are paid by residents of the town. So the main component of the property tax is a basic tax, which is about 1% of the assessed valuation of property. And this basic tax is distributed to different agencies in Marin based on the percentages that existed in June of 1978 when Prop 13 was passed. So if you were in a good position, had a certain percentage of the property taxes that were collected, you maintain that percentage unless there's actions taken to correct that. And so basically we're collecting the same percentage that was there when Prop 13 was passed of the basic property tax, the 1% base tax. The base tax is an ad valorem tax. Ad valorem means that it increases or decreases based on the changes that you have in assessed valuation, as opposed to a parcel tax, which is a set amount or based on other formulas or criteria. So the biggest recipient of property taxes, if you look at the chart, is education, which as a group gets about 57% of your basic tax. And those are basically shown as blue items on the graph. Town gets 18% of the basic property tax, and I show that in green on the graph here. And to this base tax, we add other ad valorem taxes. There are two tax measures that Fairfax has, which are ad valorem taxes. In other words, they can increase or decrease based on what's happening with assessed valuation. One is the Measure K road bonds that we put into place back in 2000 or 1999, I think it was passed, and issued between 2000 and 2006. And those are being paid back through payments in property taxes. And those can increase with the valuation of properties. The other is the Fairfax pension tax, which I said varies from year to year based on the amount of assessed valuation. There are other ad valorem taxes on the on the tax bill for school bonds and health bonds. Now we add in parcel taxes. So you'll see on there that there are several parcel taxes that are being added to a property tax bill. On the tax bills that I look at for Fairfax, there's about 14 different parcel taxes that are being charged. 2 of those parcel taxes are for Fairfax. One is the runoff tax, which most residences is about $15. And then the Fairfax special tax, which is now at $220 per living unit or business unit. So I have an example up here of a property tax bill for a couple of different situations. One, the first column is the median assessed valuation property. In other words, if you took all of the assessed valuations and looked at the median one, we would have this as a property tax. On that bill, you can see that the median assessed valuation is $642,000. And based on that as an assessed valuation, we have a total property tax bill of $11,028, of which Fairfax gets about $2,000, $2,117. The other is what somebody buying a new home today might pay. The average valuation for a new house purchased now is about 1.2 million. On that, you'll have a property tax bill. I should have moved my picture on the screen here. You'll have a property tax of about 18,000, of which the town receives 3,800 or so.
Mike, can I just ask you a question?
Yes.
Perhaps it's small, but it looks like to me on the 1.2, it's actually a property tax of about 12,000. Am I reading it wrong? I don't think it's 18,000.
It's further down, like it's like the 4th row from the bottom. It's actually really blurry and hard to see. I don't know if we could focus it a
Okay,
little.
it's all the way down where it says total tax.
Right. The total tax for median value is about 11,028. And for a new house that somebody might buy today, it's about 18,084.
Okay.
So that's the same number in the 2 different columns. And the amount that Fairfax gets is shown in yellow below it, which is less than $4,000 for somebody with a new house. Assessed valuation benefits people who have lived here longer because the assessed valuation under Prop 13 can only go up by 2% per year. And so somebody who has had a house, say, for 30 years has only had an increase that's less than what the actual property value is going up.
How many homes in Fairfax? Well, first of all, how many homes are there in Fairfax, and how many homes fall under the medium assessed value method, not the new home assessed value?
So the number of dwellings that we have, I actually have as a statistic in the back of the budget in the appendix. So we have number of households in 2020 is about 3,300. And so the median one would be 1,500 below that point, 1,500 above that point. Median would be the middle point of the assessed valuation for any of those units.
Don't those households include renters as well?
Well, houses still pay property tax, whether there's a resident in it who is the property owner or.
No, but when it says households, I think it's including units. So I think it's really hard to slice and dice this and get the right numbers, but
Yeah.
I think some of it is our renters with their units.
So I don't have an answer other than an estimate based on the number of households. So let's see. So the next slide, if we could, please. Sales taxes is our next biggest revenue, accounting for about 15.4% of what the town's general fund revenue is. Sales tax rates vary from city to city. Fairfax has a sales tax rate of 9%. But I find that some people think that our rate is higher than that. In fact, not surprisingly, I asked Siri earlier today what our sales tax rate is, and Siri told me that it's
Can I just interrupt? I smell smoke.
9.25%.
We smell smoke. I just
believe
want to
it's
make sure that we
I
don't
believe
have a
it's
fire.
just a campfire, but I'll double check.
Maybe we can call fire over there, just to make sure we don't have a fire.
I will do that.
Thank you.
Sorry, if you could move the little box with the camera away from the blue table, it would be great because then we could see the table. I don't know if that can be done. I mean, the council can see it on our thing, but good. Thank you so much. Okay, great.
So anyway, I asked Siri earlier what our rate was in Fairfax, and I was told that it's 9.25%. So so much for AI. As you can see from the graph, there's 4 cities that have sales tax rates that are lower than the town has. Marin County, Belvedere, Ross, Tiburon all have a rate of 8.25%. And we have 6 cities that have higher rates than Fairfax, and they're all at 9.25%, including Larkspur, Mill Valley, Novato, San Anselmo, San Rafael, and Sausalito. The cap that's been set for Marin is, and basically for counties, is 9.25%. But the county, I believe it's the county, can ask that that rate be set higher through some process. I know that a lot of towns over in the East Bay pay more than 9.25%. And when I was up in Petaluma this weekend, I saw that their rate that they were charging was 10.5%. So it is possible to raise that rate, but currently in Marin, 9.25% is the highest that you can have. So town receives several types of sales tax. We have a basic tax, which is 1% of the 9% that's collected, or in total, 11% of the total tax that's collected goes to the town of Fairfax for the basic tax, which is referred to sometimes as the Bradley-Burns tax. And then the town has passed a 3/4 cent additional district tax, which is our Measure C, which is 8.3% of the sales tax that is collected from sales in Fairfax, for a total of 19.4% of what is collected. So if you go to Sorella's and have a nice dinner, which costs you $100, you will pay sales tax of $9, of which $1 is the base, $1.75 goes to the town for the Bradley Burns and for the district tax. So the district tax affects sales outside the town limits also. We collect the 3/4 cent sales tax on purchases by Fairfax residents on purchases of vehicles and internet sales such as Amazon, Macy's, et cetera, where merchandise is delivered to the town, and that point of delivery is what determines the sales tax for Fairfax. So basically, if you buy a RAV4 in Santa Rosa for $50,000, the sales tax will be 9%, regardless of whatever the local rate is. If you bought it in Petaluma, even though their rate's 10.5%, you pay 9%, because that's where the car is being registered. And Fairfax will receive the 3/4 cent district tax of $375 on that sale, but not the Bradley Burns portion, which goes to Petaluma in that example. So next slide, please.
Thanks for those examples. That's actually a nice way of illustrating.
Sure, I like to bring it personal. So the use of funds, or appropriations, is what the term is for expenses. Anticipated expenses are appropriations. In this budget, we have 14.6% for the use of funds. The biggest source of the use of funds is for public safety, which is 59.1% of the budget. Police is a little over $5 million, as you see in the blue slice in the pie, and fire is about $3.6 million, which is in the red slice. Administration for the town is about 9% of the budget, and that includes town manager, town clerk, personnel, attorney, treasurer, audit, elections, and environmental departments and finance. And the building and planning department accounts for 8.7% of our anticipated appropriations. Public Works is about 7.1%. The Parks Department and Recreation Department is about 5.2%, and non-departmental is at 8.2%. Next slide. By category, these appropriations are primarily for salaries and benefits. That's 43.6% of the budget. That's adding in the little light blue slice at the bottom and benefits and costs. The pink section in the upper corner is our contract with Ross Valley Fire, which is about 24% of our expenses. And we have other operating expenses of about 21.2% and contract services, which is about 8.9% of the budget. So of the total expenditures that we've got, about 8.9% is for contract services, which I break down in the other pie. Of that 100% total that's being transferred over or is identified as contract services, that's about $1.3 million. About 17.2% of that is for public works. 10.7% is for building and planning. Parks and Rec is about 12.1%. Attorney budget is about 23%. And non-departmental, which includes a variety of contract services, is about 21% of the budget. Next slide. So in preparing this year's budget, we had several challenges. The challenges are different every year and for most of them, but the same for a lot of them. One is that one challenge this year is that our revenues have sort of cooled off. We're not seeing the kind of increases that have happened in property taxes and sales taxes as we've had in prior years, which were boons to the town. But last year, property taxes had increased by about 6.4% over actual. And this year, we expect about a 1.1% increase over last year's actual revenues. So sales tax is expected to increase by about 3.7% over the actual revenues from last year. Personnel costs are more predictable this year because we have MOUs and COLAs already in place, and we aren't projecting any new positions in this budget. Funding for priority taxes is challenging, has limited resources. The improvements to Station 21, which is something that we hadn't anticipated until the middle of this last year, will require a loan to accomplish it. We have large storm drain project, which is funded primarily by federal ARPA funds, which we have time limits in order to be able to accomplish. We have road projects that are funded by gas tax, TAM, and general fund with limited resources available to be able to do those. Finally, we enter the current economic environment. There's a lot of uncertainty. It changes from day to day based on what's happening in Washington, especially for those things which are federal sources of funds for such things as bridges and roadways, COPS money we get from federal money. And there's impacts on sales taxes too from tariffs. On the one hand, it increases the cost of items, which potentially means that the town could get more sales tax. But at the same time, if the price on on a Tesla is too high, people won't buy it, and we won't get that kind of revenue. So there's a big question mark in there as to how the economy and people of Fairfax will respond to the kind of prices that are out there, which may be happening, changing day to day all the way down the line. We have higher inflation, which could impact the town's own costs for equipment and wages, and the significant losses that we had in the stock market earlier in the year. Depending on where the stock market goes, this could impact PERS employer costs, because PERS is heavily invested in stocks. And so if PERS doesn't recover their minimum amount of projected revenues, that could result in higher expenses for the town. Conversely, if the stock market goes really well, PERS recovers a lot more higher than what they had, that could lower employer costs down the way. The appropriations for this year show a 1.7% decrease over the prior year. Let's see. Next slide, please. Appropriations show us a 1.7% increase over the prior year, or excuse me, increase over the prior year. Most departments' budgets decreased from the prior year. So we did a lot of work behind the scenes to reduce costs. We got budget requests from a variety of different sources and departments, and we sliced a lot out of that in order to get to what we're with this budget. So there's a lot of cost cutting that you don't see behind the scenes. So exceptions to the decrease in department expenses include fire department, which shows a 7% increase or about $236,500 this year, and our police department, which has a 7.3% increase or about $335,500 this year. And there is an increase in our recreation department, but I have to preface this by saying that we have higher fees projected. So she's expanded the program, more revenues projected. So the costs that we've got for the contractors who are doing those positions is higher, and means that while the expenses are higher, the revenues for that particular department are higher also.
Mike, to a certain extent, some of those classes are offset by Measure F, the senior. So we can't forget that as well. That was part of when we passed Measure F.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So next budget. Or budget. Okay. This slide shows the general funds budget proposed for this next year. So we're starting the year with a general fund balance of about 4.5 million. This compares with about a beginning balance in the prior year of about 5.3 million. So this is now the captions is covering up my thing here. No, that's fine. So that's about a 32% reserve as a beginning balance. So the reserve is calculated as a percentage of the appropriations over the fund balance. So the council has a minimum reserve policy of 25%, and I'm happy to say that this proposed budget ends the year with a projected reserve of 26.7%. Not a lot of wiggle room, but still above the 25% minimum that I was tasked with meeting. So new this year, we've added a road improvement fund. That's Fund 9 down there, which will act as a holding fund designated for road related capital projects. So this would include revenues that are designated for road purposes, such as road impact fees, street opening fees, etc., but also any general fund monies that may be designated for road projects, so that even if the road project isn't done until a future year, that money can be held in the road fund designated for road projects. So this year we're holding $250,000 in that road fund as an emergency reserve for such road incidences that we've experienced in the past, such as Tamalpais Berry and the 195 Pine. So it's difficult when we come across those kind of situations, which happen, you know, in just those two are big dollar items that happened in the last 2 years, without having a reserve being able to be set aside for those kind of expenses.
In other words, it's an emergency fund for road disasters, basically.
It can be used as an emergency fund, or if the council decides that they want to put that down on the streets right now, they could do that. It's up to the council to decide how they want to use that money.
Right, but our experience is that we experience some road emergencies every year that suddenly emerge and have to be addressed. Okay.
Right. We had a big pothole project or a incident up on sinkhole up on Sir Francis Drake, those kinds of things. It's nice to have a reserve contingency for those kind of incidents. So next slide. This slide is all the special revenue funds that we've got. This is a group of funds that are that I alluded to before. It includes special funds that we receive from the state for, that are designated for police purposes. It's got the Fairfax Festival Fund in here, Measure F, which is our Municipal Special Services Fund, gas tax, Measure A, transportation, Measure A, parks, and federal stimulus funds, or the ARPA funds, are in here. So all told, we're starting with a beginning balance in our special revenue funds of about $2 million. And we're looking to spend down to about $1,100,000 from that in the special revenue funds. Of note, I have Measure A, transportation funds. We're starting off with a fund balance of about $241,000. We're expecting that we'll get $180,000 this year. I've taken $250,000 of that to be used for road projects, and I have $172,000 in there that can be designated for road projects that we don't have currently identified in our capital projects. And I understand that there might later tonight be an item on the agenda that eats up part of that fund balance.
Mike, what is the activity in next year's fiscal budget? What is that? I'm not tracking. Like, what is the $700 in Fairfax Festival, for example?
Basically, I'm starting with a fund balance of $21,379 at the beginning of the year, and an ending fund balance that is negative $20,679. The difference between the beginning and ending fund balance is $700,000. So it's an increase or a decrease in some cases here in what the fund balance is.
You're starting with a negative balance.
For the festival fund. The council could choose to go ahead and make that whole. We haven't had that discussion yet. Let's see. So for the next slide, please. This slide is our debt service and fiduciary funds. Basically, the debt service funds, we've got two groups of funds here. There's Fund 44, 45, and actually 46 are our debt service funds for each of the series of bond issues that was passed in year 2000 to 2006. So we're going to start off with a balance in that fund of about $350,000. We'll have an ending balance of about $271,000. We have some bonds that are being paid off in August of this year. We have some more that are going to be, the remainder of those road funds will be paid off in August of 27. We also have Fund 48, which is a lease agreement. This is our PERS refinance fund. We have the revenues that we are projecting here are actually, we have debt service, but I allocate that over to the departments based on what their balances in PERS as an expense were previously. This is one reason why, say, our percentage for police department was higher 10 years ago than it is now, because one of the biggest components of the police budget after salaries is PERS. So when we paid down the PERS debt, refinancing it from 7% or 7.5% at the time down to 3.75%, we saved the departments a lot of money. So the PERS expenses to the police department are less and have brought the percentage down for the total expenses of the police department compared to the total city. Also in here, I have fiduciary funds. That's our open space committee. Basically, they had, starting the year, I'm projecting this is at June 30. At the end of this month, I'm projecting that they'll have a beginning balance of about 53,000. They'll take in donations. 2,000 is a rough estimate. They've done much better than that in years past, but it depends on what kind of fundraising activities they've got. And we're expecting that as a maximum, we might pay or spend $4,000 to that as a reimbursement of fundraising expenses. So if their fundraising expenses ends up only being $1,000, we'll only transfer $1,000 over. So we'll never transfer more than what their fundraising expenses were. So that's a council policy that was adopted several years back as a clarification. So the next slide, please. So the capital improvements this year. I'm happy to see our new Public Works Director here. I'm sure she'll take great interest in what we've got on this slide. This year, our CIP capital improvement appropriations are up by about $2.3 million over the 25 budget. That's up 76%. And this is the main elements of this increase are road projects where we're anticipating spending about $740,000 from general fund or for project purposes. In fiscal 25, the year we're finishing, we expected that we were going to spend $795,000, so that amount has decreased slightly. Our fire station improvements, about $1.5 million, is an amount that is above what we had in previous years. This is planned to be done with a 5-year loan, hopefully from the county if their situation is in good shape. And the payments for this, of course, will be made from the general fund. So this isn't going to be funded from outside the general fund. General fund will borrow this money and make the payments on it. So it's not magic money. This is borrowed money.
By the way, they just passed an $865 million budget, and the newspaper at least says it's really rosy. So I think they have the money.
Okay, good. And finally, of note is our stormwater drain project. This is Beyond Park Road right outside here, where we're going to be putting in storm drain piping to be able to alleviate some of the flooding issues that we've got on the street here. These are being funded through existing federal ARPA revenues that we already have in hand. And the total is going to be projected to be $1.76 million over the next 2 fiscal years. Next slide. Actually, I'm going to shorten this up. We'll be covering this down the way. So let's go to the next slide after this. So this is the roads budget. So I get a lot of questions about how much do we spend on roads? Well, roads is a difficult term to specify. Roads in some people's minds means paving. It means slurry seals. But in a larger sense, roads also includes such things as road maintenance, pothole filling, crosswalks, curbs, gutters, all of those kinds of things. So we have to be specific when we're talking about the kinds of things that people interpret as being road expenses. So I've identified road projects in here, which are road projects, not bridges, which include the
Repaving.
roads,
Repaving and potholes or?
repaving, potholes, things that retaining wall, perhaps where the road is impacted by that. But in any case, I've got a slide here which basically shows what our sources for road projects and our expenditures are. So road expenses happens in several parts of the budget. Okay, it's not just what happens in the capital improvement budget; it's also what happens in the general fund. Because this year, our road expenses is expected to be about $1,478,000. So that includes the two departments that are, or two of the departments that are within the general fund, which is Fund 5 or Department 511, which is the street maintenance fund. It has a budget of $559,856, which breaks down into $327,000 for personnel for the road crew of about 2.25 people, and about $232,000 for supplies, vehicle maintenance, engineering costs that are paid for out of the road department. In addition, I have expenses from our Public Works Administration budget. We have a Public Works Director and their activity. We allocate 50% of this fund over to, or department, over to road expenses. This is because the Public Works Director oversees bidding processes, oversees the contractors who are doing the projects, and oversees the work plan for the department. Above and beyond the expenses that are in the general fund, we have about $760,000 here that are represented in the capital improvement fund. And I've detailed the projects that we've got this year and in prior years. This table shows the 5 years of prior expenses, or 5 years of expenses that we've got for capital improvement projects. And as you can see that the revenues that we receive, which is under the section there, it's called street revenues, this year is expected to be about $850,000. And in years past, it's been as much as $899,000 and as low as $667,000. So it does vary depending on monies that we get from TAM, which can be higher or lower, and from the revenues that we receive from development that's happening, road opening fees, road impact fees.
And the road impact fees that we see in 25, the 200K, is that driven by the the Pine Tunnel? What was that, and why is it going back down? Do you know?
The projection that I'm using is based on what our actual is. This is what I'm showing you here is budget. Okay, this is what's been budgeted in prior years.
Right. I'm saying, why did you budget 200K and then why did you bring it down to 150?
I did it because the actual road impact fees that we received last year was less. So in the budget, I have a line item. If you go to Fund 4, look up what that particular line
What the
item
actuals
is.
were.
What the actuals are. I projected that our actuals for this year were less than what we had budgeted. So I did the budget based on what our actual expenses were for last year, modified by what we've had in prior years. Obviously, if we have a 6-story building in town, these kind of fees probably will go up. But I'm not going to suggest that that is a reason why we would ever want to go for any of these kinds of projects.
But are there assumptions built in related to the bridges projects?
As far as revenues or what?
Well, the impact fees.
Oh, impacts? No, I don't think so.
So if I may
Yes.
just add, so pro- pri- correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but private projects would pay impact fees, but the town's own projects, such as the bridges,
Got
would
it.
not pay an impact fee.
Okay. And did we collect on the water district's project for the tunnel?
For the tunnel. I'm not sure which project.
Frank,
you're
what's the
referring to.
tunnel that I'm referring to in the,
Is it a?
do you know what I'm talking about?
Is it a tunnel or is
In
it
the
new
watershed.
the new water
The,
tank?
I thought it was called the Pine Tunnel. Pine Mountain Tunnel. Thank you.
That's water district. MMWD.
Right, but I'm talking about road impact fees. Did we collect for that project?
Not in the town limits. It'll be difficult trying to assess some.
But aren't they going through our town?
A lot of projects.
Put your mic on.
A lot of projects go through our town and we're not getting road impact fees from it. So I'm not sure how we're going to do that.
Okay. Just curious.
Okay.
Might be something to look
What's the
into.
plan? We need a plan for collecting road impact fees.
Yeah.
So the street revenues that I show up here we have gas tax, Measure A, TAM fees, road opening fees, road impact fees. Those are basically dedicated revenues. Those are revenues that we received, and they're restricted for the purpose for which those were collected. The first is the gas tax revenues. This is money that we received from the state. It's distributed to the Fairfax based on our population. It's not based on how many gas stations we had and anything that they sell. It's strictly an allocation that's based on population. Next, this year our revenue from gas tax is projected to be $419,000. We also get Measure A TAM revenues, which are distributed to the town based on the approved projects that the town has, and population, and 50% on population and 50% on road miles. This year we're receiving $180,000. And then within the building and planning fund, we have two revenues or fees that are used for road purposes. That's the road opening fees that are basically collected from utilities doing work on the street, and the road impact fees, which are collected on the impact of activities on the street. For example, Marin Sanitary pays us a monthly road impact fee of $4,000 per their contract for the impact of the trucks on the street. So all told, these revenues are bringing in about 850,000 this next year, and then the remainder of the monies, we're bringing in 850,000. Expenses are 1,478,000. So we have a difference there that's going to be covered basically by general revenues, general fund primarily, $627,000 projected for this year. So I want to mention here that there are other revenues that the town gets in the general fund, which there's a misconception that these are dedicated for road purposes. And I want to clarify for everybody that the information that's being circulated, that there are other revenues that are dedicated to road repairs, it may be incorrect. It's important that we set the record straight that, for example, utility user tax is a general tax. It's not a dedicated tax for road purposes, as has been represented along the way here. A general tax, it's a consumption tax, much like a sales tax is, and it's charged to the users of the utilities or the customer, and not to the utility. So it's not monies that the utility pays over to us. They collect it and give it to us, but it's based on the activity that the town residents and businesses have, much like a sales tax is. In California, all cities that have a UUT use it as general revenues. All cities that have a UUT use it as general revenue, except for 2 cities, which have designated their UUT for a special purpose tax. And one uses it for public safety, for police, and the other uses it for recreation programs. So there's no city in California that uses UUT for road purposes as a dedicated source. Our municipal code establishes the utility user tax on telephone, gas, and electricity, and nothing in our own ordinance states that its purpose is for roads in whole or in part. And if it had, it would be subject to special rules for special revenues. So the second is our franchise fees. These are fees that are like a business license charged to cable, electric, trash companies. And the revenue is based on the utility revenues. And it also is a general revenue. In my Bible, in the finance department, which is the Guide to Local Government Finance, it describes it as follows. The laws governing franchises vary somewhat depending on the nature of the businesses using public right-of-way, but revenues are unrestricted and placed in the general fund. So there's nothing in our municipal code that states that UUT or franchise fees have to be spent on roads. There can be a policy decision along the way where the council decides that maybe it's appropriate to spend a portion of it, but that's not in place currently. So their representation that there's more revenues available for the road repairs through those sources is misleading and incorrect. So, next slide, please. So this is our capital improvement summary for this year. These are the projects that add up to the $530,000 or $5,330,000 of capital improvement projects that are anticipated in this budget. I did something differently with this exhibit. I actually broke it down below so that you could see by type how that $5,300,000 is being distributed. So we have $740,000 for road projects, $20,000 for road-related projects. Bridge projects is about $1.2 million of the budget. We have facility improvements, which includes $1.5 million for fire station improvements and $200,000 of others. We have the drainage project, of which we expect we'll have about $900,000 this year of the 1.7 total, and other projects of $615,000. That includes the improvements to the wall property, geo-netting and that sort of thing, which is about 500,000, 500 and change, because there's money being put into that from Measure A Parks, as well as the 500,000 that we already collected from Most when the property was purchased.
And this doesn't include the Park Road project, right? Because that's separate.
Yes, it does include the storm drain project.
Thank you.
That's in here, yes. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we talked about at the budget workshop was revenue enhancement options. We identified about 5 different sources of ways that the town could be able to increase revenues to be able to raise more money for road repairs. The first is the easiest one for the council to be able to do, and that is to raise the UUT from 4% to 5%. The UUT was passed back in the last century. I guess I get to call it that, don't we? It's around 1980 or thereabouts. And it was 5% when it was passed. And it's now at 4%, but it is written in such a way that the council can decide to increase it to 5% with a vote without having to go out to the general public. Is that correct? capped at 5%. Right.
Do you have any insight about what it is in our neighboring communities?
The discussion that I read says that some communities have as high as an 11% tax, that 5% is average, 4% were below what the average UUT is. I don't know what it is in the immediate communities. I don't have that information. So that's the first one. The second one is increasing our fees. Right now, we have a lot of fees. Frank alluded to this. We've got impact fees, which are not being collected. We could tighten up the fee structure that we've got, include fees that cover the expenses that we've got, and the prerequisite for these, or the caveat on these, is that fee has to be in relationship or have a nexus to the expenses that we spend for that activity. But oftentimes in the past, we have seen fee study come in and say we should charge this amount, and we've gone in and said we'll charge less because we don't want to burden people with these things. So there is some room in there to be able to increase revenues by doing a fee study and adjusting our revenues from fees. The third
Just want to add that we did the last fee study in 2019, and you and I and Garrett Toy and Renee Goddard, I was mayor at the time, we looked at every single fee, and the fees can only be what you spent. And we decided at that time a number of fees we would not raise them because we didn't want to burden people. Some fees we did an escalation over time because we didn't want to hit people really hard. And a few of them we raised, but we are under what we should be charging. And if we looked at it today, which I think we're planning on doing a fee study, obviously costs have risen, with our people, COLAs, et cetera.
And there are certain big projects that are going to pay less fees because they haven't been at the level that they ought to be. So there is a benefit to be had there. The third is a special tax for public safety. This would require a supermajority vote of the people. We have the road bond on here. Obviously, at some point, we may be able to come back with that after we've examined what the criteria for it could be, but that also requires a 2/3 vote or a supermajority. And then the fifth one that we identified when we did our budget session was the Charter City transfer tax, which would also require a general election vote. I think, was that November 26th would be the soonest that could be going on?
Yes.
Okay. I've reached the end of my presentation.
Great,
So,
thank you. So I'm thinking about having, unless we want to do it sooner, we could do council member questions before we go to the public. But before we go to the public, I think we might need a bio break. We've been here since 5:15. So that sound good? Okay. So questions from the council. It looks like Mr. Egger's ready to go.
Yes, thank you. The excuse me, the $1.5 million loan from the county for the remodeling of the firehouse. We're going to pay that back over 5 years. What funds are we using to pay that $1.5 million back, and what will that interest be?
The interest will be set when we actually sit down and negotiate with the county for what it is. It's usually, the last time we did this, it was based on a certain percentage, or 1% above what LAIF was paying. They also did it as an escalator. So the first 3 years we paid 3%. The next year we paid a little bit higher, and then the fourth year or fifth year we paid a higher amount than that. So,
but how are we going to pay it? Where's the money coming? Where's the funds?
Money will have to be paid from the general fund. 1.5 million would be about 300,000 plus whatever the interest is. When I did a projection, first year we might pay 315,000 as our payment. County is very generous with their terms. They don't do compounding. So they did it as 5 different notes. The first note was due 1 year later, and and if we borrow at 5%, the interest might be $15,000. That $315,000 would have to be budgeted out of the general fund.
The transit occupancy tax for the hotel and short-term rentals, that's been pretty much a failure, I guess, huh? We haven't collected much at all.
It's a program in progress. We're looking at different things. You mentioned last time, as an example, question of whether we were collecting money from Airbnb and VRPO. We're looking at contacting them and seeing if we can recalculate our the units that are being actually used.
Well, it's been in effect for 2 years, so we haven't really collected much money.
No, part of the problem is that we haven't had the software and registration process in place. We set it up originally with a company that wasn't delivering on the product, and so after a year, we had to dump them and go find another vendor to create the process by which people could register online and submit their taxes and go through the process of identifying their property so that it could be evaluated in terms of, is this a proper location? Or are they following all the rules that we want to have?
There's a first district court of appeals decision that says if the town of Fairfax goes to Airbnb or any of the short-term rental companies, there's about 40 of them, that by law, they have to tell us how much they've collected in fees and taxes.
Right.
And they're collecting fees and taxes, but we're not getting the money.
Correct. We're not. They tell their people who sign up that they are responsible for remitting the.
They charge the TOT and they're not passing it on.
It gets a little more complicated when you take into account that when you rent a place, you're also putting down cleaning money for cleaning, and so there's I used to work for Calistoga. Calistoga, 3/4 of their revenues was transient occupancy tax. And I worked a lot with the resorts and all the little games that they played in order to be able to not pay TOT. As an example, you come stay at our resort, your room is $20 and your massage is $400. And so TOT on $20 is nothing.
Well,
like what
we need
total
somebody smart enough to deal with these people, okay?
Okay.
So our gas tax is going to start shrinking if California is successful in converting to EVs. They're estimating by 2040, we'll lose 60% of our gas tax. So that's a large chunk of money for Fairfax to lose.
Right. They came back with this RM&M, whatever it is, SB1 tax as an add-on to the sales tax to help offset the impacts of gas tax going down. And they may do that again, although it's different times now.
So we're also going to be, there's going to be EV infrastructure that we'll be getting revenue from.
Maybe. I mean, legislature is loath to increase taxes on vehicles. I mean, there's a way to do it, that miles driven, and perhaps that's the direction they're going to go. But in the meantime, we're looking at a loss here. It's interesting. The bond measure that failed, $18 million was going to go for roads, and $22 million was going to go for interest. So over the life of the bond, Fairfax taxpayers would pay 55% interest to get that $18 million in road money. The truck impact fees from the garbage company, according to the staff report, back when the fees were raised, when the garbage rates were changed in December, is $77,500. That's how much we're going to receive from the garbage company. And you had mentioned $4,000 a month.
That may be old information. I picked it up from someplace.
Yeah, it's right here in the staff report from December.
Thank you. We'll update the projection for that.
So it's interesting. I looked at the capital improvement program. There's the retaining structure, and I guess we'll talk about when we get to capital improvement, or Or do we talk about it now? Talk about it now?
So this is the full budget, including the capital improvement budgets, but you're not being asked to make any decisions about the projects specifically at this point, just reviewing the budget, making comments, and then you'll have an opportunity to approve or adopt the budget in July.
Right.
So
and
I've gone through all the capital
and just-
improvements,
So,
et
so,
cetera.
yeah, I'm just going to say quickly, this is the time for questions, so I think you're on the right
Okay,
track.
I got some questions.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm wondering why we don't take care of Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, Center Boulevard, between Pacheco and Pastore, and Bolinas Road. None of those three major roadways are getting any of our capital improvement dollars this year. Those are the roads that people see, they drive on every day, and they're a mess. I mean, how do we redirect these monies to those high volume, high visual propensity roadway systems?
Yeah. Town Manager Abrams, could you talk about that? I mean, particularly we've had in our packet, we had an estimation of how much it would cost to fix Bolinas Road. So I think that is part of the answer. Do you want to go ahead?
No, that's the county's portion.
No,
Very little is.
It's okay, but we do need to talk about our portion. So let's let her answer and then we'll go back to your other question.
Yeah, not to get too far afield of the budget itself, but we had a series of presentations where we were looking at the roads and what we could fix and what we would recommend in terms of using the town's money most efficiently to get the most bang for your buck on roads. Unfortunately, some of the roads that you've mentioned, particularly Sir Francis Drake, they're in very bad condition. It would cost millions and millions of dollars. So the the bond measure was an attempt to work on those issues. It failed, and so now we're going with the more modest plan, which the first big project was slurry seal, and that is to protect the roads that are in reasonably good condition from getting worse, because as they get worse, they get exponentially more expensive.
Well, it seems that we're diverting too much of the roadway improvement funds that we get from gas tax to motor vehicle and lieu to truck impact fees into salaries instead of roads. We've got to get that money into the roads. That's what people expect in town. And I'm wondering how we're going to fund all these improvements. The fire budget is up $236,000, but that's, they've added an extra firefighter to every engine now. And, I'm hoping we can have both of our engines functioning during the high fire danger days. They call them red flag days. But we really don't talk about the fire budget other than we see a figure that we're given. But, we had talked about the police budget during an earlier session, and it was my understanding that there was sufficient amount of overtime that hiring another officer to fill that frozen position would in effect reduce the overtime to be able to pay the $130,000 for that officer. Is the fact that the memo talks about raising the utility users tax of 4 to 5%, and would be one way to fund that frozen position. But during the budget session, we talked about the possibility of using savings in overtime with an extra officer. It's a huge issue for Fairfax. Having one officer on duty between 2 and 7 a.m. just invites criminals to Fairfax. We've seen a run on crime in town, and we've got to change that. We've got to get one officer working the neighborhoods and one officer working the commercial district.
Maybe we should
Do you
ask
have
the
a-
chief for his,
Yeah,
it sounds like you
that
had a
sounds good.
question if we reduce
Excuse me,
overtime.
I'm sorry. So the next item on the agenda is UUT. So I'm just wondering, would the council like to have this question answered now or in the next item?
And I personally think it should be in the next item because the next item addresses it more directly, but it is a budget question. So I don't know how other people feel, if you want to hear it right now or wait until we get to that item. Up to 6. So I'm just going to do a quick check here with people. Maybe I'll just go down the line. Do you want to talk about the officer position and what will fund it now or when we get to the UUT? So let's start with Councilmember Egger. Do you want to discuss it now or can you wait till UUT?
I spent time going over the budget that was handed out and the previous budget that we looked at our budget conference. So
Yeah, so I just was wondering, do you want to discuss the officer issue now when we're talking about the budget, or do you want to wait until we talk about the UUT, which is when we will talk about what that any tax raise would go towards, which we were assuming would be an officer position. So we could talk about it now during the budget discussions and just not talk about it then, or we can wait until then when we actually bring it before us with the intent of seeing if we want to raise that tax to cover an officer position.
well, what I'm seeing with the budget is a lot of wishful thinking.
But I mean, do you want to discuss that now, or do you want to discuss it at the UUT item, which is item number 2 on this agenda?
Well, I would discuss that issue now.
Okay, and other people, how do you feel about this? Do you want to do it now?
I think you should just ask the chief.
Okay.
Is it possible to reduce the overtime enough to fill that position? I think that's a simple budget question, and I would ask the chief that rather than hashing this over.
Okay, will that work?
Again.
Will that work for you?
Yeah, I
Will
think
that work
that's
for
the
you?
question.
Great, okay.
A simple answer would be no. So we can't fill the $130,000 void approximately to eliminate overtime fully to fund an unfrozen position. No.
So I
And we
think
did ask this question in prior discussions.
So I think what you're saying is that along with, I think there's an idea that if we filled that position, there wouldn't be overtime. And I think maybe you should elaborate a little bit more on, even if we filled that position, why there still needs to be the amount that's budgeted in the budget.
Certainly. So in theory, to fund an unfrozen position, one would think that there would be a significant reduction in overtime. But overtime is very dynamic. So for example, overtime coding in our end is dispatch cover, which is covering the 4 hours every week on dispatch shifts, sick time covering, vacation time covering, comp time covering, attending training, sending someone to training while they're working shifts additional to their shifts, and also covering that person absent by another person, given the staff amount that we have. Attending court after hours, after their shifts, is another overtime allocation. Attending county meetings, regional, special enforcement, county, federal or national meetings, administrative tasks like the school meetings, youth county meetings, Center for Domestic Peace meetings outside of their shifts, busy shifts with emergency work, and mandatory overtime for things that come up unplanned, weather-related events, storm, fires, things like that. Those are mandatory. Special events like the visual we just had, Walk to Bike to School Day, DEA Take Back events aside, in addition to their shifts, Fairfax Festival, we got the Little League Parade, Streets for People, Winter Fair, all these events that happen outside of normal staffing levels. And, unplanned things like protests and additional threats that we see coming that we have to upstaff in order to make sure that the streets are safe. Those are some examples of overtime that come up that we can't plan for, that while in theory it looks like we can eliminate overtime for those things, simply cannot.
So let me just ask you, just to slice this a little bit more. So there's a certain amount listed for overtime in the budget.
Yes.
When you did that, did you have wishful thinking that we could fill that position. So what you've estimated for overtime is with the idea that we will be able to fill that frozen position, or do you think you could lower it by $30,000 or something like that?
To be conservative, I think we could lower it by about $30,000.
Okay.
Because the only reason for that, again, it's hard to determine that now.
Right.
Because filling a position doesn't mean that that officer, that sworn person is available right now to fill a shift. They would have to go through one, either training, field training.
Right.
And past that, they would have to meet all the required training and certificates to be on the street on their own. They would have to pass a whole background process. So we're looking at 6 to 8 months before they're actually on the street. So with that, you would have to backfill that position to get that person on board. So I can't kind of equate what that amount would be in savings as far as the overtime budget, and also the 421 account, which is temporary employees. So it's kind of two buckets. We have 461 and 421. Through both of them, one is for like sworn staff. Anyone that's not myself, that's salaried, right? Then 421 is for temporary employees. So we kind of, in a unique way here in Fairfax, we try to fill positions with ones that cost less, right? So if we have a dispatch opening for 4 hours, let's say, it wouldn't make sense for me to try to fill that position on overtime by using a dispatch supervisor that would cost more than using a reserve at an hourly rate, right? So that's where 421 comes into place with those funds. And 461, which is overtime, is for the sworn officer position. Same thing. It would make sense. It would be more efficient for me to fill an overtime shift with someone that's not a supervisor or above, because a lower level, maybe step A, B, or C with no incentives, no family officer would cost less than a sergeant that's been there for a while at top step. So while in theory it seems like we could save some money, it would be impossible to eliminate the entire overtime budget to fill that unfrozen position.
Okay, but you think you could lower it by 30,000 if you get approval to fill that unfrozen?
I think it'd be a very good shot at doing that.
Okay.
Thank you. And Councilmember.
If I could ask
Okay.
the chief a question, could I ask it?
You want to ask?
Let me ask the chief a question. Now, I read in here, we currently have 2 vacant positions in our force.
Right now, we have one unfilled vacant position.
Unfilled.
One of them, the other one that I think you're referring to, it may be kind of confusing, is the fact that we have one frozen position. So if we were to do this UUT.
There would be 2.
Then there would be 2, yes.
Yeah, at one time, we used to hire laterals. We had, people wanted to come to work for Fairfax at one time. Is there any possibility of hiring a lateral that we don't have to send off to school?
Yes, but
A lateral.
a lateral officer.
Police officer from another agency.
Yeah. We still do that today, The thing to consider with having a lateral officer is that we still have to train them with our policies and procedures locally for Fairfax. So there'll still be a training phase that they won't be on the street just yet. But that would be significantly less than a brand new officer, and that would also eliminate the fact that they don't need to go to a police academy. However, a lateral officer usually comes a little bit more expensive than an entry-level officer, given that they have that experience, probably more training, probably more education, and they'd probably start off coming here not wanting to take a budget cut, right, or a salary cut for their own personal needs, and they would probably come here at a higher step. So it's a give and take.
Chief, how much is the overtime now? I remember what the number is in my head, but it's not in front of me.
The total for this fiscal year is projected to be 285,000.
Okay, otherwise 260.
We
Okay.
budgeted 210, so we actually went over budget in that line item.
Right. And so when we had that budget workshop, we thought, and Frank had brought up, if we had a full-time employee, how much, that we would, which is $130,000 to fill that position, we'd still have, how much, Mike? You said 285?
We actually spent 285.
Okay, so that means we'd have $155,000 left over for overtime. Have we really drilled down on this to figure out that wouldn't offset the cost?
So generally, every year, we budget for if you look at the entire 421 and 461, every year when we present the budget for the following year, there's a sliding scale of 9 to 12% that we raise over time. And that's based on national studies and things like that. And also figuring in the fact that there's MOU raises to their contract, right? That we have to account for in July. So this July, they're actually all getting a 5% raise across the board. So we have to figure that in. That wasn't projected in the adopted budget of 24-25. So it already, there's an amount of funds there that wasn't projected for or allocated for last year. So considering that and the fact that we were down about 2 or 3 staff full-time positions last year, that's the reason why we went above the adopted amount. That's for 24-25. So now that we know that there is an MOU raise coming in July because they have a multi-year contract, and we know what to project for the following year because they're still under that same contract, and knowing that if we can fill these 2 unfilled positions, in theory, we won't go over the overtime budget that we projected for or budgeted for 25-26. So the rise in the proposed budget to 239 is still within the 9 to 12%. And I kind of just go right in the middle, conservatively at 10%, not 11%. So if you were considering what was projected to end this year with what was proposed last year, it's way under that, because I'm thinking we can fill the spots and not need that overtime to fill those vacant positions we had last year. And also, we already know what the raises will be for this year based on their MOU. Hope that makes sense.
I have other questions about thank you, Chief.
Yeah, go
I have
ahead.
other questions I wanted to ask Mike about. So we have record revenues, I guess. We have record revenues.
Every year, the
Every
revenues
year
go
it's a
up.
new record. Okay. And because I pointed this out like the first day I was, in fact, prior to my being elected. And that is that right between fire and the police services of the total budget, of a percentage of the budget from 10 years ago, you had mentioned this in your report. You had mentioned you were focused, I think, on the police, but what I saw was about a 10% percentage wise less for public safety, fire and police, right around 10%. That's of the total budget, right?
For this example, it was for the general fund.
Right. So 10%, so what's happened to that 10%? Where'd we put it? We have the same size staff in public works, basically, maybe one down. We have the same size police department. We have basically the same size fire department. As a matter of fact, safety percentage wise has gone down. So where is the money? Where'd it go? I know where it went, by the way. It's a rhetorical question. It went into town hall. And I'm sorry to tell you, but it's the one place that we have a much bigger staff than we used to. I was on the council 20 years ago. I was on the council 24 years ago, since 1996 for 2 terms, along with Frank. And we can go in there and there'd be a big table in a room and we'd sit down and, work together as a council, do different things, closed door sessions perhaps. And now there's none of that. Now there's just cubicle, 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 cubicle. There's people sitting over here at this what used to be a children's center. Now that's filled with staff. So you can't tell me that the staff hasn't increased dramatically. And that's basically the only department, the only area that it's increased. Didn't increase in the police, it didn't increase in the fire, didn't increase in public works. And that, I'm telling you right now, you said this money's discretionary, that budget you said that's your discretionary funds, you can use them as you wish. If we thought differently and we spent the money more wisely, we have 10% of our budget can go into the streets, extra over and above what we're currently doing.
So Mike, can you?
And I work with budgets all the time. $100 million worth of budgets I work with year round. And I'm telling you that there's other ways to look at this. When the town says we don't have the money, I'm telling you that we do. It's a matter of how you want to spend the money. And that's it. It's not, first of all, this is great information. I can actually figure this out by looking at this. So thank you for the information. But it's discretionary. It's the choices we're making. And I guarantee you that the only place that we've increased our money spent percentage wise is in town hall. And if we go back to the original model of, well, the police is the same, the fire is the same, this public works is the same. If we get town hall to be the same, we could take, what is the amount? 1.4? $1.4 million, or let's just say $1 million. A million extra dollars is there that we can take and spend elsewhere.
Can we reframe this as a question? So there is 10% difference, because this is the time for questions, not for the time for
I did ask a
comments.
question.
No, I'm just saying I want to reframe it as a question and see if Mike will answer. What about the 10%? How could we reframe this? Can you address some of his issues?
So one of the things I do want to point out is that the general fund doesn't have all of the expenses for public safety. Okay, it has for the fire department, but we're also spending $1.5 million on station improvements, and that's for the fire department.
And I want
That's that's not included in the general fund at this point. So, we have to reach out beyond just the general fund departments to be able to identify what the costs are. In the police department, we're we got $75,000 set aside for a car. That's not in the police department budget, but it is in the equipment fund budget.
Okay.
So
And it never was.
there are some
You're right.
adjustments
Well,
there.
nothing's changed. I did have one more question, and in fact, it includes the fire department. And the fire chief gave everyone here on the council a tour of upstairs where and their goal is to add a bedroom because they're adding a fire person to the job. And what they're doing, the public, it's really hard to envision this maybe, but what they're doing is taking and this is, they may think this is a bad thing that I'm about to say, but it really isn't. It's about doing things for less money and getting the same result. And here's the thing. You got a bathroom that they want to turn into a bedroom. You got a kitchen they want to turn into a bathroom. You got a little TV area that you want to turn into the kitchen. And then they got this big room, about half the size of this room, maybe. I know it's pretty big. That used to be a command center that's pretty much empty. And all they want to do is add a bedroom and remodel the kitchen and the bathroom. And I'm saying that you could do that. They're building a house. Speaking of walking around town, I walk all the time. They're building a brand new house off a center there. And it didn't cost $1.5 million, and they built it from the ground up. This project, I don't know what's going on, but I'd love to investigate why this project costs $1.5 million. We could save a lot of money. I mean, in my mind, you could save an easy $1 million, if not more. And that's why we're sitting here, is not because I'm pro police, I'm pro fire department, but I'm not pro wasting money for simple projects like remodeling the upstairs of the firehouse and having people tell me that, oh, that costs $1.5 million. No, it doesn't. Thank you very much. That's my question.
All right, so I was wondering, Heather, if you can clarify also, do we know how much, I think that the rebuild of the fire station in Ross is like, what, 14 million, something incredible if they had to rebuild it right now, right?
Yeah, so the town of Ross decided to close their fire station because they decided they couldn't afford to rebuild it. The estimate for building a new fire station was about 14 million. Because of the requirements of a public safety building, it needs to be, able to withstand earthquake. It needs to have fire separation. I mean, ironically, right? Like the fire station needs to have fire separation so they don't have a fire that harms firefighters, of course. Makes sense.
Heather, just for everyone, because we're closer to this than most, to the best of your ability, could you explain what separation means and why that's not code that a typical house would have to uphold, correct?
Okay, yeah, thank you
Because
for,
it's apples and oranges, and I totally hear Mike's concerns. It's a lot of money, and we do need to be scrutinizing this, but respectfully, it's not building a house. It's not.
um, agreed. The separation refers to fire separation, so the the fire station has firefighters living in the upstairs section and a portion of the downstairs. Also in the downstairs is an equipment bay that has, it has fire engines, but also other equipment, and it has an office. And the code requires that you have fire separation that says, that will guarantee or get close to it, that if there was a fire in the equipment bay, there would be enough time to fight that fire before it catches the residential area on fire for safety purposes. So that's an example. And yes, it is unfortunately all over California, and I'm sure throughout the United States, that public safety buildings are held to a much higher standard for good reason, which is that we need to make sure that our first responders are alive and available to respond when we have a community-wide incident.
And sadly, just like our roads, which we had deferred maintenance over a decade, this particular effort has been pushed out for 30, 40 years. The building has essentially not been touched for 50 years, except for when we had the flood. And we had to do that. So, I don't need to tell you, Mike, that costs have gone up and inflation and building. I mean, had we done this 10, 20 years ago, perhaps when you were on the council, we wouldn't be faced with the situation that we're in right now. But we're going to be taking action on this later. I don't know that we need to belabor it any further because we're not taking action tonight on the fire station or the budget, frankly.
Well, okay. So I just want to keep clarifying too. I think we've all kind of slipped into making commentary on different items in the budget and our strongly held beliefs about them. Really, we were just supposed to be asking staff for clarifying question and then making those comments after we hear public comment, but it doesn't seem to be going that way. But, unless there are more questions, which there might be. Did you have a question? Okay, that's what I'm saying. So unless there are any more questions, I'd like us to take at least a 5-minute bio break before we come back to the public for public comment and then deliberate. And it is now 8:55 at night and we are on item 1. So just to remind people that, we really want all the participation and all the comments, but it does mean that we end up pushing these things into late at night and or having another meeting later in the month. So can we try to be back here at about 9:01? That would be great. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to start the meeting again. So if people could settle down, if you have conversations, please take them outside. And we'll wait for Councilmember Garanghelli and we'll get going. Great. Okay, so now basically we are going to discuss whatever else we need to discuss and provide direction to staff. Actually, we're not going to do public comment. I'm sorry. It's getting late already. So let's move to public comment on the budget only. And please approach the podium and everyone gets 2 minutes. Great. So go ahead if you'd like to speak.
Thank you. We would always like to speak. First thing, looking at the police budget, I think something should also bring into account. Fairfax has a mutual aid agreement with San Anselmo, with the county, with Ross, and all these different communities. When the police department reacts and helps that other town, they get reimbursed. But in the past, and I haven't seen a change of this, the town has allocated that reimbursement to the Fairfax Police Department to their general fund. So it shows a higher expense and budget for the police department when in fact, if we're getting income and reimbursed for their work, for their mutual aid. We should actually, instead of dumping into the general fund, it should come off the top of the police budget so it better reflects not as much money being spent. The other thing too, because there's been a lot of discussions on the UUT, collecting now an expected increase of $140,000 means there's an assumption I will make $540,000. And the last 2 years ago, I believe it was $375,000 collected. All franchise fees and UUTs have a matrix of proportionality that explains what the impact of those heavy vehicles are on the communities, including impacting our roads and our future expense to repair those roads. Therefore, whether or not it's restricted by law, it should go into the road impact fees. Furthermore, the state of California, and I was involved in a lawsuit that this town was sued and I was paid back in, I think, 2004. The state of California capped all UUT on an annual basis at $360. So for the town to keep making all this profit, really, you're saying you can make it 11%, it doesn't matter. But it means that you're ripping off your constituents, because if your constituents understood this and sent in their pre-advance $360, or, because you guys changed the law, ask within 15 days, July 15th, they would get their
Thank
money
you.
back. Thank
Thanks
you.
so much. Next, please.
Okay, so I'm not going to say anyone's ripping anyone off tonight, but I'm going to say that there's financial mismanagement. My name's Todd Greenberg. This budget, I've got to commend Finance Director Vivrette, because it's come a long way since the budget workshop, where the town council and the town manager were looking to have a $2 million deficit. Then it became a $1.1 million deficit. And now we're looking at a proposed $596,000 in the red deficit on the heels of 4 prior years deficits totaling $2.6 million operating in the red in Fairfax, that we are paying $1.3 million in debt service on. This is not a balanced budget whatsoever. And I'd like to ask this town council to ask Finance Director Vivrette to read the definition of a balanced budget. I know I can't ask that, so I'm going to just read it. A balanced budget, particularly, this is in Wikipedia, that of a government is a budget in which revenues are equal to expenditures. Thus, neither a budget deficit nor a budget surplus exist. The accounts balance. More generally, it is a budget that has no budget deficit, unlike Fairfax's, I'm adding, but could possibly have a budget surplus, which Fairfax does not. Okay, I can submit for the record 2 or 3 other definitions of balanced budget. So please, Barbara, don't mislead people in the future and say we had a balanced budget. Please, Finance Director Vivrette, do not mislead people of Fairfax who are having to pay interest that we have a balanced budget.
Thank you. And thank you. I think Ms. Miggs was waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hi, good evening. Pam Miggs, 310 Cypress Drive, Fairfax. I'm very worried, and I don't mean to pick on the attorney, but I think I saw 715,000. Is that correct for the attorney fees? That's what I saw on your paperwork. If that is so, that is doubling, and I'm really concerned that the mismanagement is on more than one level, and that something needs to be done differently. Something needs to be done with being strategic, as Mr. Garangelli was talking about. And also, maybe you need to do an audit, an independent audit, or actually have the state come in and do an audit, because our roads have not been fixed for how many years? And we're have to pay for it. I just think whatever you're doing in this budget, something needs to change, and I'm not clear on what that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Before you go, can you clarify when are we getting our audit report, Town Manager Abrams?
We'll be presenting that in the next meeting.
Right, so we'll have an audit report, an independent audit report in the next meeting. We do have one annually. Go ahead, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you very much. The finance director mentioned that no towns use the UUTs for roads, but our roads are really bad. And some of the money that we're getting out of that coming from PG&E, which has these huge trucks driving all over town on a regular basis, clearing the wires and things like that. And also the Marin Sanitary's trucks, that money should be going to the roads because that's they're hurting the roads. And speaking in my capacity as a director of Coalition Sensible Taxpayers, we don't actually think that franchise fee is legal. It's been challenged in other towns. So we're looking at that just in general. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone online?
There are 3 raised hands on Zoom. The first caller is Kay, followed by PJ. Kay, you may unmute yourself.
I'm here. Okay. So thank you very much. I want to begin with Chief. I have the utmost respect for you. I think you're doing an amazing job with our police department, and I want to begin by thanking you. I worked for the state, so I was familiar with staffing and budgeting. And I am not aware of the percentages of overtime that go to, training, vacation versus covering sick leave or court dates. But from what I heard, a majority of the items that need to be covered are planned time off, right? That we know ahead of time, besides call-offs and court dates. We kind of know when we need the coverage. What we did, I mean, there's like 150 nurses that worked for the state, is we had a flex position that covered vacations, trainings, and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just wondering if we could hire someone for that position. See, I know Frank and I are really concerned about the hours so that we only have one police officer, and I forget if it's 4 or 6 hours. And I'm wondering if we cover the known and then utilize that space, that time for overtime, if that would not be more cost effective. That's just the only comment. Thank you.
The next speaker is PJ, followed by Deb. PJ, you are unmuted.
Hey, thank you. PJ Pfeffer speaking solely on my behalf. I saw one of these signs again today, this tax tsunami nonsense, and just want to reiterate that the actual rates that are charged in all of the tax assessed areas in Marin are publicly available on the county's Department of Finance website. And you can see that the rates have been steadily decreasing. Our rate for this past year was Fairfax residents were charged an extra 0.1998% by the town in ad valorem taxes on top of the 1% base rate. 5 years ago, that was 2.23 something. The reason that there's more revenue is because assessed values are going up, not fast enough thanks to nonsense like Prop 13, but the reason that there's more money coming in is not a factor that people are being taxed at more unfair rates. They're getting breaks, and it's just the value of property keeps increasing. If we don't have taxes like this user utility tax or other things like that, all we're doing is incentivizing people to invest in holding property for speculative value because it's going to have the most tax favorable rate. If I have to pay a bunch of business licenses to open a watch repair shop and pay a bunch of business and storefront taxes, but I could avoid all of that and just use that in money I would invest there and buy property. Why wouldn't I do that? We should be focused on increasing the town's revenue in completely reasonable and historically relevant
Great,
ways.
thank you. And is there anyone else online?
Deb is the next speaker.
Okay.
You may unmute yourself.
Thank you. Oh, shoot. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I flipped out of the screen. Deborah Benson, Cascade Drive, Fairfax. I'm sharing Mike's view of where a lot of our budget money is going. In the 30 some years I've lived here, our population hasn't really changed. With the last town manager's staff included the elected town clerk, who also served as assistant town manager. That town manager also served as public works director. We had a planning director and Linda Neal. Now we have I think we have an assistant planning director, another assistant planning director. We have a climate action employee, which used to be a volunteer position. We may be getting another assistant town manager. I'm not really, pardon me, sure how all those people are fitting into that little building. Because I've been in the back door there and I'm really not sure where you're putting everybody. But it seems to me that we could be running this town more efficiently with fewer people. And that's where a lot of the money's going. I've always been told if a business is starting to fail, look at the payroll, because that's probably overdone. That's all I have to say. So thank you for hearing me.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone
We
else?
have one more speaker.
Okay.
John, you are unmuted. You may unmute yourself.
Hi, I was wondering when the TOT changed to HUT, since we're talking about the taxes, and then when the UUT definitions changed. I know it had to have happened in the past year, I think probably when you guys changed TOT, so the definitions of those taxes now are not the same on the town code anymore. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, so I'm going to bring it back. I just wanted to kind of go down some of the questions that we heard from the public. I think one of the first ones was there was something about income from mutual aid for the police department. I'm not sure if the chief can answer that or what that was about, but you could maybe clarify.
Yes, Mayor. So I can clarify a little bit, and Finance Director can add some more if you'd like to get more specific. But when we participate, let's say, for example, we provide dispatch services to the town of Ross and to the College of Marin. We send them invoices every year for the services we provide them. When we receive that check, it just gets processed to finance and it goes to the general fund. Is that correct? So it does not go back to 411 in my, what I believe is happening is just going to general fund, and I think that's what's accurate. So that's the same thing for other services we provide, helping cover the fair during the summer, right? The county fair. When we sign up and we have officers help, the pay, whether it's straight pay or overtime that goes out there, when it's paid back to us as a reimbursement, it does go back to the general fund. So there, we are not a revenue generating department, I guess, for 411. All those revenues go somewhere else.
I think the question is about mutual aid. So for example, when you guys respond to Oak Manor, that is unincorporated to save someone's life, as far as I know, mutual aid, you don't get reimbursed.
No, generally mutual aid is mutual aid.
We all do that.
We help to help. There's no bill
And
or.
they help us.
True. Yeah.
So there's no bill on mutual aid specifically.
On mutual aid specifically, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a
Okay, so
I
I'm
want
just
to
gonna run down. I'm going to run down the questions from the audience first, and then you can ask. So
Can I add
the
to that
other thing,
answer?
yes, you can go ahead.
Okay. Chief does a nice analysis of the revenues that the police department generates, including parking tickets, court tickets, dispatch fees, special services that they do. And I think it's in the budget in the front part, isn't it? But in any case, I wanted to point out that one of the reasons that we have more personnel is because we have this dispatch function or revenue generating thing with Town of Ross and the College of Marin. So we've added dispatchers in addition. So there are both expenses and revenue being shown in the budget that weren't there, say, 10 years ago.
I did just want to note, I'm not sure, Councilmember Garangilli, if you're going to ask about this particular item, in which case it would be good to ask, or if you were going to start in with a new question, because I did kind of want to run down the questions from the audience before we move back. So just putting that out there. Another question, are we in an operating deficit?
The word deficit is a very loaded one. Not all deficits are bad deficits. We are in a situation where we have excess revenues that are generated. We expect that we're going to end the year with lower revenues, with a certain level of activity. Most of the time when I'm doing mid-year budget, I'm pointing out the fact that our revenues came in better than what we had budgeted, and that our expenses are ending up being lower than what they were budgeted. This ends up with creating the reserves that you're looking at now, where we have starting with a 32% reserve, whereas we had expected that we were going to have a 25% reserve. So if you're at 32, you're only ever going to go up if you balance a budget so that you don't ever spend those reserves. That reserve will only go from 32 to 40 to 50 to 60 if you don't have a situation where your revenues, where your expenses and your revenues are equal. We are intentionally spending, not because we have to, but we're intentionally drawing down on the excess revenues that we've got to bring a reserve level to the level where we think. I don't think that having 25% of your expenses banked as a reserve indicates that you're in a bad situation.
Okay, thank you. I just think that sort of needs to be repeated because I hear it a lot. Can we, maybe Town Manager Abrams, address the issue of attorney's fees? I think we've talked about this in meeting after meeting, but it seems to come up again. We have a special situation this year, right? So
I'll start off, and perhaps our town attorney will want to add. But we did spend more, or we're projected to spend more in this current fiscal year than was budgeted in the town attorney line item. Remember that the town attorney is not one person. The town attorney, we have an agreement with a firm which consists of Janet Colson. And then we also have an agreement with BBK, which consists of specialized attorneys. We also have an agreement with Bertrand, which helps on mostly public safety issues. This year, this fiscal year, we had a number of people initiate litigation against the town. So that is not something that we can plan for, and we must defend. So there's significant expense there. I also want to point out that Michael has tried to make this more clear in the budget by showing the town attorney, the general town attorney expenses for the coming year in the town attorney page, which is 01-121 on page 17, and then putting the specialized, the litigation in non-departmental for very good reason, which is to show that those are not, that's not sort of general services to the town that, you know, attending the meetings, giving the council members advice. That is really to address specific situations like litigation, lawsuits against the town, of which we've had 7.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful though, and I have noticed some enhancements, so thank you for what you've done to like provide more detail and help the public who gets confused. But we didn't have this number of lawsuits before, and I think that is a noteworthy distinction on top of the other ones. So if you could just please say how many lawsuits? 6. I know we're likely going to be out of those, a couple of them soon, but I think it's important to provide some detail because when I first joined the council, we were no lawsuits, you know, and now we have 6 or 7 or whatever there are. So,
I believe the number is 7.
okay.
And we went through this budget in great detail.
Yeah.
This is essentially our 3rd meeting
Yeah.
on it. So the town attorney's office feels confident that these lawsuits that we've been working on this year will be finished very soon.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're not projecting the same level
Mm-hmm.
for the next year.
Okay. And then the final quick question, there was a question that somebody asked about the police that I didn't understand. So if somebody knows how to answer it, they can. I did want to just mention, assistant town manager, are we hiring a new assistant town manager?
No, not at all. There's no assistant town manager position. We're not hiring for assistant town manager. I have no idea where that came from.
Okay, so I know Councilmember Garanghelli has been waiting to ask a question, so I want to make sure that he has a chance. He had his hand up.
I think the one question that was asked was, did we change the TOT? And we did not because it has to go to the ballot, right? We haven't changed the TOT.
That's also correct. Yeah, Michael is pointing out that there is a position which Christine Foster is occupying now. Occupying is a bad word, but has been promoted to, which is deputy town clerk / assistant to the town manager. And in our field, an assistant town manager and an assistant to the town manager are very different positions, and they come with very different salaries. So that's why, I apologize if that sounds like inside baseball, but an assistant town manager is like a second me, if you will. An assistant to the town manager is an assistant.
I have
Okay.
a couple questions.
Yeah.
I guess. Is that
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
time? One is the dispatch that we provide services to some of these other nearby towns. Why does that money go into the general fund as opposed to going into the police department to help supplement the costs of the police department?
I'll just start and Michael can finish. So I have worked in many jurisdictions where we had enterprise funds. So for example, if you're running a garbage collection within the town staff, You would have an enterprise fund where you would collect fees, and that would pay for the staffing and the equipment, all of that, and some overhead back to the town. The police department does not operate as an enterprise fund. We don't expect the police department to pay their own way and become a separate business, basically. So fees that are paid for, well, they shouldn't be called fees. The agreements that we have with the town of Ross and the college to provide them with dispatch services that are in the police department, they pay those monies and it goes into the general fund. And all of the costs of the police department come out of the general fund. So it is the same thing, but the total cost for the police department cannot be supported by just the fees that or the costs that come in from those
Right,
dispatch
Yeah,
services.
no one's saying that, but okay. So do we need extra staff, chief, to service them, or is it just the same person doing it and you're getting money to service them, or does it take extra staff to do it?
Are we referring to the dispatchers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So recently in the last couple of years, we created a new position. That was a dispatch supervisor position. And that was because of the additional work that was being put on the dispatchers as they were working dispatch. So I guess to answer your question, right now we're efficiently staffed for what we have. So there's no additional staff for dispatch necessary.
Okay. I have just one more question right now. On the attorney, if I read this right, let me see, it's 340. I guess that's for Janet for the year. Is that like the yearly salary or something? The 340? No, what? Well, there's two. There's one's at 340 and one's at special services at 375. So which is which?
If I may, I'll start, and then I do want to.
Well, there's two lines, so
Michael
explain
answer.
the difference.
So first of all, I want to make a distinction between payments that we make and salaries. So we don't determine the town attorney's salary. We pay hourly rates, and part of what I assume is built into any of those hourly rates, just like when we operate a business, is overhead costs like insurance and housing. Sorry, not housing, office space and computer equipment and, if there's a retirement plan, those kinds of things. So I just want to clarify that equating total cost for general services town attorney is not any person's salary. There's a lot more to it. And then I want to turn it over to Michael to explain those.
But can I just add, what Mike is looking at is FY 24-25 shows 340 for general services and 375 for special services. That was before we moved the litigation stuff out, correct?
Yes.
Now this year for FY 25-26, it's proposing 300,000, and just to cut to the chase, it is paying for our town attorney services that are not litigation, which would include some of Janet Colson and some of BBK specialized services that are not litigation. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, they come under general services, but they are specific to specific skill sets that.
It's just right here on page 17. It shows 300,000 for FY 25-26 general services. So to me, because we moved the litigation out somewhere else, now we're looking at what we pay for Janet Colson's firm as well as the BBK work that is not litigation.
Right, I'm agreeing.
Okay.
Okay. That's loud. Mr. Egger.
Sure, thank you, thank you. Um, so
I'm
i-
sorry, I didn't
i-
realize he might not. Are you done? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought he was still going, but then I
You know,
realized he didn't.
in looking at the it shows here general fund, but vehicle code fines, parking and other fines. Vehicle code fines for this fiscal year was 20,000. It's proposed to be 5,000 for next year, this coming year. There's a 75% reduction. Parking and other fines, 45,000, and was adopted, and it's proposed to be 35,000 this year. That's a 22% reduction. What I'm seeing in my travels, and I'm downtown all the time, I'm around, is people are speeding. They're violating pedestrian right of way. I couldn't believe today, a few cars ran the stop sign down at Broadway and Bolinas. And then about 30 bicycles came in and right behind the cars and blew the stop sign too. I mean, they just blow through. I get passed on Cascade Drive by someone going over a double yellow line because I'm only going like 22 miles an hour. I'm not going fast enough for them. And they actually passed me going over a double yellow line on Cascade Drive. People just are driving terribly these days, and we need to be enforcing laws. I see large trucks in residential areas. We have an ordinance that prohibits a large commercial vehicle to be overnight in a residential area. I drive up in the hills and I can barely get my truck through some of these roads. And we're coming into fire season. We need clearance violations written up. We need to have roadways cleared so if we end up with a fire and people have to evacuate, that they can get out and not be caught up by cars parked blocking the 12-foot clearance requirement. I'm not sure how we went from 20,000 in 2025 to 5,000 in 25, 26. There's something dramatically wrong. It means we're not enforcing the law like we should. I mean, I talk to people downtown all the time, and they say, "Boy, how come people drive through these stop signs and nothing happens to them?" Another issue is the town attorney cost. That the 715,000 is the estimated this year, and we have signs in a corporation yard that I saw, and they say park closed between sunset and sunrise. There's a bunch of them in there. If those signs were installed in the park 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we wouldn't be spending $100,000 to somehow deal with encampments in the park. If there was an immediate enforcement of that, no occupying the park between sunset and sunrise. So I mean, that was a huge mistake on Fairfax's part. They never put those signs up. We could have avoided a lot of those costs. I'm wondering if our current town attorney receives a referral fee for recommending best and Krieger. And that's a
I
form of-
don't. No, I do not receive any fee for that. And as I've told you in the past, if we had put those signs up, we still would have been sued and we'd been in a much worse position than we are right now with the current new ordinance that we have.
Well, under that theory, no parking sign downtown, if we don't write a ticket, it's too bad. They're going to park in a no parking zone or in a red zone. Fact is, if the sign says park closed between sunset and sunrise, and we enforced it immediately, they wouldn't have been
No,
established.
sorry, that's not on the agenda and we really
Yeah,
can't
we need to-
discuss it, but
yeah.
no, that's not correct.
Okay,
Okay, so I just want us to,
listen,
keep track of
our-
the fact that we're talking about the budget and not things that have happened
well,
in
I'm
the
talking
past.
about the budget, the amount of money. We could hire a full-time attorney for $715,000. Gee.
So I just want us to also,
Well, Fairfax can't enforce anything anymore. We can't enforce planning or zoning laws. We can't enforce driving laws. I was almost hit head on by in front of 265 Cascade Drive, where they built a fence in the public right of way and they put people out in the street. I came around, I'm going
yeah.
towards
Yep.
my home on Meadow Way, and people were walking
So-
in the roadway, and a car swerved around them and flying and almost head on me. I mean, unbelievable. That's because Fairfax doesn't enforce the building and zoning codes. I mean, we're causing our own problems here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do live downtown and I'm not experiencing the incredible law breaking, I guess. So I guess we all have different experiences of downtown.
Mayor, let me just say, a year and a half ago, I complained about the fence being built in a public right of way without any permits. I said, at least make it get a encroachment permit. It's never happened. I mean, well, I don't know what else to do.
Right. So, I guess there's a question there about how budget is allocated and how fees are collected. I'm just trying to kind of clarify how that applies to the budget, how you want it applied to the budget, because what our goal now is to provide direction to staff and have them bring this back to us. So, I just want to make sure we're giving them information that they can use to make improvements or come back to us. So at this point, I'm wondering if there are more comments. I mean, I think some of this stuff is stuff we have gone over quite extensively. We had an all-day budget session where we discussed a lot of these points, but I think it's useful to go over them again because we have different members of the public here. And I think we've gone over them pretty extensively. I'm just wondering if any other council members have anything else they want to say about the budget at this point. Okay. So, did somebody the microphone's being a little, okay. So, I'm just going to put it out there that, I do feel like there's sort of ongoing misinformation about the budget. And it kind of reminds me too much of what's happening at the federal government right now, which is that, oh my God, there's this incredible waste and abuse. Therefore, we got to get in there and cut and go crazy. And yet we seem to have a healthy budget, a healthy reserve, clean audits, high credit rating. So I just want us to be cautious about how we move forward. I don't want us to destroy our town's capacity and ability to plan strategically. We've been understaffed for a long time. We finally are getting enough staff to actually get things done. Things are more complicated than they used to be in the past. So I just want us to, not run in there with, chainsaws or something. We need to just move really carefully about the budget. And I want to say that I have really a lot of respect for our staff for going back in there after, looking at what different departments said they wanted and trimming massively. I give you guys a lot of kudos for doing that. I think we've been fiscally prudent for years now under Heather Abrams' leadership. We really need to be careful right now because the fiscal and environment is changing. But, I think that you guys have done a really great job and I appreciate all the work that you've put in. Direction to staff.
I think I would just say, I want to say I asked many questions, sent in many questions beforehand for 2 sessions. And I was able to meet separately with Michael Vivret and Heather to go over, and there were a lot of changes made to the budget for things that I pointed out. I feel that it's in good shape. I think we may have differences of opinion on, I know for years when I ran Measure F and before that Measure J with Larry Bragman, one of the things we were so proud of was that we had the leanest staff. And I think what we were doing was actually burning out people. Linda Neal has been with us something like 38 or 39 years. I suspect at some point she will retire. And one of the things we're looking at is, Linda has told me, there's too much work and she was burning out. And luckily, Kara was working part-time. and we were able to have her take a lot of the load. Britt is taking a lot of the load. I mean, things have changed in 20 years, but we may disagree on that, and that's okay. But I think we've talked about this budget, and I think it's time to move on to the next item.
Thank you. Unless there's any other comments, we could move on.
Comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad we all agree that something's changed at town hall and there's way more staff than we used to have. And for someone who's burned out, Linda Neal was there 39 years. I wish everybody stayed 39 years. So I don't know if she suffered from burnout. I think she's been there as a great employee for almost 40 years. So exactly. So she didn't suffer from burnout or she would have left 20 years ago. Anyway, long story short, we definitely disagree on the way this budget, the way we're spending the money we have. And I would hope one day that somebody would agree that we could do things differently and put more money into our streets and identify where there's too much money being spent. No more police, no more fire, but a lot more people at town hall. That's not a reflection on the people that work at town hall. I would have taken the job too if I was asked to apply. The point being is it's not good decision-making at the end of the day. So
Okay.
So we definitely disagree. It's a major disagreement with the way we run this town. And one of the reasons why our streets look the way they do.
So I think it's time to move on to the next item. We're getting very close to having 10 o'clock, and we still have 3 more items to go. So I just want to remind people that if we spend a lot of time talking about stuff, if the community spends a lot of time talking about stuff, it's just going to go into the wee hours of the morning, but maybe that's what people want. So we'll just keep plugging along here.
Mayor, could I do it early? Could I make the motion to waive the 10 o'clock rule?
I think that would be great.
So that we don't have to interrupt.
Second.
Okay. We got me.
Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, so now we're moving on to the discussion of the utility users tax, setting the rate at 5% for fiscal year 2025 to 2026. And can I just do a quick check here? I mean, we need to get the contract issue done tonight, right? Have to have that done.
Yes. If you don't mind, I'll just introduce this, and I'm sure you may have more detailed
Right,
questions.
so I'm just going to say, folks, we're staying here for the duration because we have 2 things that we have to get done tonight. So just putting that out there. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome to item 2, everyone. So the UUT tax, it's utility users tax, and the town has authority to charge up to 5%. Oh, sorry. Okay. And what we are proposing is that you adopt the UUT, which needs to be done every year, at 5%, whereas in some previous years, you have adopted it at 4%. When you originally adopted UUT, it was at 5%, and at some point, the council moved it down, and we had been following that every year. This year, what's changed is that Councilmember Ager in particular asked, and we heard that earlier today, about unfreezing that police position, which has been frozen since what's called the Great Recession in 2008. And during the workshop, the budget workshop, there was a discussion about that and about revenue that might be how we might fund unfreezing that position. And our finance director, Michael Vivret, identified that that move just keeping it at the full authorization, 5%, would allow us to fill that position, to unfreeze that entry-level police position. And so that's what we're here to do today. If you have other questions or other questions about, options, this is a good time to talk about it. You want to add it? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is the time for questions from the council. After this, we will move on to public comment, and then we will deliberate and vote on this. Thank you.
I just have one. I believe this was discussed at the retreat, and I believe Councilmember Egger at the time said, maybe my recollection is wrong, that initially when the council passed it many years ago, it was at 5%, but that there was a decision made to lower it. So it's been at this level for time after time, years. And is that correct?
That's what I have heard as well, and I see Michael looking at the history. I don't know if you have any more to add there.
You need your mic on? You don't have anything?
We
It's
can always
fine.
come back with
But I remember that discussion at the retreat, and I also
too.
remember the discussion at the retreat where 4 of us did say we should bring this forward for 5%. Thank you.
Other questions to staff before we move to public comment? Okay, seeing none, let's move to public comment. It's 2 minutes apiece, and then we will bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Of what I said earlier, and please remember this, the state of California put a cap on a UUT of $360 on an annual basis. If you raise it to 5, 10, 6%, if people are paying attention, it still caps at 360. If you'll recall, in approximately 2004, as part of a lawsuit that sued this town and many different communities in Fairfax, in the state of California, to get those funds back to the users. Most recently, when I forgot to send in my advance $360 a year, the town of Fairfax stole from me $12,000 when it should have been capped at $1,800. When I went to get my money back, we found that Fairfax had tried to pass an ordinance. I'm not going to spend 50 grand to prove that I'm right, that if I didn't ask for my money back in 15 days, that I lost that opportunity. If the general community would pay attention and go ahead and say, hey, we're hitting $360, here is my check, please send it in, or ask for everything in excess above $360 before July 15th, I think this is going to seriously alter the budget of the town. The UUT is created as a matrix of proportionality to pay for the impact of the heavy PG&E and other service trucks, how they impact our roads. It should go back to a restricted road account. But again, at a $360 cap, I hope everybody on TV and everywhere else is listening to this, look at your bill. The last line item of PG&E is a 0.04%, which is your UUT. I have personally spoken to PG&E, and many communities which are fair, actually, when you hit that cap, stop charging the end user. Fairfax has not asked PG&E to do that. In fact, requires those funds be given to PG&E, which I really think is flat out wrong. Okay, you are ripping off your own constituents, and here you're trying to grab more money if they're not paying attention. It should be capped at 360 and fairly follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
So I'm not going to make this long. I'd love to see that police officer's position unfrozen, but not through the UUT tax. This should be put onto the roads. It's again, as I said before, PG&E trucks coming through here, sanitation trucks, that franchise fee, all that should go to the roads. And so I agree with Michael, as I just don't agree with the way the town allocates its budget at all.
Okay.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. Well, the town and management, council members, and Others are slowly over years coming to recognize that we do have deficits. So hallelujah. It's nice to hear that we actually do have deficits, that you recognize that, and that you recognize we have debt, Ms. Hellman, since you denied we had debt, and Ms. Abrams, since you denied we had debt, said that we don't have debt previously. It's on the videotaped record where you explain that we don't have debt as long as we're making payments.
Please address the issue. Thank you.
So the utility users tax, you're asking or about to vote and hoping to vote for it to increase by 25%. You're also looking to increase 3 other taxes this evening. You don't have a balanced budget. I just demonstrated that, and I can cite more authoritative sources. You don't have a balanced budget. You don't seem to have a real interest in having a balanced budget. You have an interest in digging the hole deeper in Fairfax and operating on a deficit level. Have a balanced budget and fund the police position so we don't have the crime that is increasing in Fairfax. What is the problem with having a real balanced budget and telling the truth to the people of Fairfax? Public safety is number one. This budget earlier has $1 million future cost for the Encampment Creek erosion. You are doing nothing but increasing the costs to taxpayers in Fairfax. For that reason, until you balance the budget, I am against this UUT increase and any of these other tax increases that you have here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room or online who'd like to speak?
There are no speakers online.
Okay, so we're going to bring it back. I see, okay, we'll start with Councilmember Egger.
Yes. When you look at the expenses we're facing, the $1.5 million on the firehouse, a retaining structure in Perry Park in the creek, it shows, what is it, like $400,000? I don't know if we're going to build a gabion wall or what, but it's got to be, it's not that high.
Can you point me to where you're looking at? Because I'm not familiar with that.
Well, I ran into some figure in a capital improvement program about the retaining wall in Perry Park for the hillside that's coming down.
No, I don't think so. But if you can point me to where you're seeing that, I could explain it. I'd be happy to.
So we haven't even really talked about what kind of a wall it's going to be, but I'm suggesting it should be a gabion wall and not a concrete wall in the creek. The hillside's eroding. It's going to.
There's no project in the budget for that.
I thought there was money in the budget for that. It's not?
No.
I'm
Aren't we
sorry.
thinking
I
about
don't
UUT?
recognize what
Yeah, we are talking about the UUT, and I
Are you
know
going
we're
to get to
trying
the
to.
UUT?
Am I going to do
Yeah,
what?
yeah, but like, let's just, okay, so
I'm
just a
talking
sec.
about-
So we're talking about the UUT, and I know you're trying to
Yes,
see about how it fits
and
into the budget,
I'm
right?
talking about,
right.
what I'm talking about is the lack of available funding, it appears, to do the projects we've got to do here. And if I vote for increasing utility users tax, I'm expecting that we're going to fill that frozen police position. I mean, but I wouldn't want to raise that tax and not fill that position.
So I guess I'm wondering, are you asking, like, this is a question I was going to ask, but maybe you're asking the same thing. How can we, if we think about raising it at all, how can we make sure that it's going to go through to the police position? Is that, I mean, because that would be my question. I don't know if it's yours. Like, if we decided to raise the UUT, right? How can we be guaranteed that it's going to go to a police position and not something else?
Well, I don't want to condition the tax increase specifically. I'm just saying, I'm asking, would that frozen position be filled? I mean, I'll make the motion, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to make the motion if there's no if there's no support for filling that
Yes.
frozen position?
The answer is yes, we would be filling the position if
Oh,
we have the funding for that, which we've identified changing the UUT from 4 to 5
Okay.
to be able to to fill that funding gap.
We're going to have to get the message out to the folks who live here, who pay the utility users tax, that there is a limit. I'm not, is that a limit that we set, the 360, or did the state set that? Who set that limit? State of California. Well, let's, look, we've got to meet.
Can you, so can you explain, so I think there's a question about the 360 cap and whether that exists. It seems like our code says we can have it between up to 5%, right? So, but is there a cap of $360 somewhere specified?
There is a process in our code, which Janet is pulling up, which allows a user to pay in advance the 365 and therefore 360 and therefore not continue, paying that throughout the year. Michael can answer more about that.
Basically, when at the beginning of the year, a user like Good Earth, so usually it's a big user who's going to be having a lot of utility user tax, can pay $360 to the town, and then we tell the utility company, and they don't take utility user tax from them for that year. The question was asked, well, why don't we just automatically have them cut it off when it reaches $360? The problem is that we have different providers for electricity. You've got you've got PG&E that delivers electricity, but you could have a dozen different companies that are actually providing the electricity and collecting the amount, and their records,
phone service too, same thing.
And their records are not open to us. I can't go in and say, give them an order ahead of time and say, when you reach 360, cut it off. That's just that process isn't available to us.
I have a question when I get the chance.
Okay, so
let me just, what we're going to have to do is when someone in town gets to that 360, we're going to have to give them more time than 15 days to make a claim to get a rebate, you get their money back if they're over 360. I mean, that's kind of a short period of time. You don't even get your bills if you're not paying much attention. All of a sudden, you're
that kind of adjustment to the municipal code requires voter approval. We can change the UUT rate because that's already there that says it's a cap of 5%. But any of the language in there that you want to change, adjusting the cap or the amount of time or any of the processes, that's going to have to go to a vote.
How many?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I thought you told me that.
Okay, can we get clarification?
So there are a couple of things that people are conflating, I think. There's a rate and it's capped at 5%. You can set it at less than 5%, and you have, but you can't go above 5%. If you want to go above 5%, that requires a vote of the people. So if you look at the code, it says, it's in 3.12.060. And it talks about both telephone, electricity, and also gas. The total tax to be paid by any user under these sections shall not exceed $360 annually on a fiscal year basis. Person so affected shall present evidence of such to the town, and a refund shall be given by the town for the amount of tax paid in excess of $360. Notwithstanding that, the request for a refund shall be presented no later than 15 working days following the conclusion of the fiscal year, so 15 days after June 30th, and requests submitted later will not be considered. Persons wishing to prepay the maximum tax will be exempted for that fiscal year. So that's a possibility, but it's also, I think, it bears acknowledgement that we're talking about per account. So didn't we have an issue, Michael, about multiple accounts being
You're
added
saying for
together
a
and-
large property owner.
for a large
Yeah,
property owner who has
accounts.
multiple accounts, we're talking per account.
Question.
Perhaps some of our markets that have large electricity bills might fall
Yeah,
in that.
we
category.
have quite a few people who pay, or organizations, Canyon Village, Good Earth, that pay the $360 cap. Most apartments, most multiple residential units don't have the electric bill under one person. Each resident has their own bill. So there was a unique situation where we had one owner with 100 different units, but he was paying the bill on the whole thing. And so we ended up interpreting it that was, even though there was many accounts, 2 or 3 accounts that he had, it was under one cap of $360.
I have a, can I ask?
Okay.
I have
So,
some,
so Franco, are you done? I'm sorry, Mr. Egger, are you done with your question? Or are you getting, okay. So, Mr.
I have
Girgilli?
questions. Yeah. I have questions, Mike and others. So let me see. The big businesses know that they are going to be way over the cap, so they pay ahead of time. The average person doesn't even know this exists. So what is the average person paying? Well, the average household or whatever, because you have an amount there. What if this was capped at 360? Would you take in less money now or more?
I don't have the information on the accounts.
Okay, because
PG&E
what's
wouldn't
happening,
give
what
us-
may be
We
happening,
can
and
look it
by
up
the
on
way,
our
I've heard of this a long time ago, and like everyone else, it goes in one ear, out the other. You kind of forget about it. Oh, it's just a percentage of something. But we must have an idea what it adds up per residents. You know, there must be some sort of average somewhere. If it's capped at 360, my concern is that maybe and probably, according to other people who spoke tonight, there could be people getting just ripped off out of their, no one would even know it. I mean, that's not a good feeling that they think, you know, they're not even paying attention and they could be paying only 360 if they were aware of it, but they might be paying 600 or 900 or 400. How would we know? And how would, you know, this doesn't make any sense to me. And I think that it's not about 4% or 5% to me. It's about what's fair. If they're paying over 360 a person or each account, that would be not right.
If we could
Um,
not shout out from the audience,
yeah,
that
thank
would help
you.
move the meeting along. But I can, if you'd like, Mike, I could address that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one idea as I was listening to you talk was we could put something in the newsletter that would talk about this process so that people would be aware and could take advantage of that that cap if you feel like people are not aware of that. That's, you know, we do that kind of public information quite frequently. I think I'll ask Michael to answer, but I think that his estimate of what the yield would be of that revenue is pretty conservative. And again, remember that one of the reasons that it is important that if we're creating a new ongoing expense, which unfreezing a police officer position is expected to be an ongoing expense. We're not just hiring them for this year, right? Then we need to have an ongoing revenue stream, and that's what UUT represents, as opposed to one-time monies that might be, you know, in reserve.
Michael, to
Okay,
answer your
so-
question, I'm sorry,
Go
Michael,
ahead.
the $360 cap on a 4% UUT would be $9,000 a year that somebody would be paying in utilities. So that would be about $750 a month. So if your utility bill is over $750 a month, then you might prepay the 360 and not have to deal with that. Or if you find out during the year that you spent that spent that much, then you could go ahead and apply for a refund.
It's $750 a month for utilities to get to the 360.
Okay.
Okay, so Councilmember Kohler.
Yeah, I just want to say, I worked in the state for over 20 years cleaning up hazardous waste sites. My signature authority was $20 million per contract. I had 160 staff statewide. I managed huge budgets. I went to the Air District where I had 40 staff and managed huge budgets there. I'm really, frankly, frustrated sitting here having people tell me that we don't understand the budget. I understand budgeting much more than people that have not worked for 40 years of their life or ran their own company, which I've done for several years. You know, one of the things I pay a lot of attention to, and probably I'm Mike's nemesis on some days, is I really pay attention to the budget. And I know my colleagues do too. But I also want to say, this is a simple thing. It's time. It was 2007 or 8 when this police position was frozen. It was probably because of the recession at that time. And I'm sure that was a prudent decision by the council at the time. So I think it's between 3 and 7 in the morning, we have one police officer on. And it's time to fill that position. I am completely supportive of going up to the 5%, obviously with the condition being that's already in the staff report that we fill that unfrozen police officer position. I would also say, I think, Heather, your suggestion about putting this potential exemption for people of the 360 cap in the newsletter, let's do it more than once, is a great idea. I'm sure there are people who probably spend more than $750 a month on utilities. You know, things are really expensive. PG&E is like what? The highest in the country, something like that. So I just want to say, I pay a lot of attention to this budget. You may not care for me. You may not think I know what I'm doing, but hell yes, I do know what I'm doing. And I've been doing this for 40 years or so. So I want to thank you guys, first of all, Michael, for bringing this to our attention, that there was a cap and that we weren't at the cap. And I want to say, Chief Tabaranza, I know Councilmember Egger said he would totally support this as long as we fill that frozen position. And it's time. Let's do it. Thank you.
Okay, unless there are more comments, can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt the attached resolution setting the utility user tax UUT rate at 5% for fiscal year 25-26.
Second.
Okay, can we get a vote?
Councilmember Egger,
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
No.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, so we are going to move on to something that some people in the audience have been waiting patiently for. We are going to talk about approving amendment number 10 to the master agreement with California Infrastructure Consultancy, CIC, to transfer the contract from CIC to MGE Engineering and increase the contract amount by $1,061,666 for final design, right-of-way, and utilities coordination services for Meadoway Bridge replacement, and accept $842,826 in grant funding. And I believe,
Mayor,
yes.
oh, sorry. When you're ready, I'll start.
Okay, and let me just double check. This is Meadoway, so I think Councilmember Egger will need to recuse himself.
I live within 500 feet of the bridge, so actually much closer than that. So I'll recuse myself.
Okay. Thank you. So I want to do two things. First, before Frank leaves, introduce our new Public Works Director, Kristen Arnold. She is a licensed professional engineer in civil engineering, which is just what we need. Has tremendous experience in the public sector, and is also a Fairfax resident. So just wanted to make sure people. Yes, welcome. Welcome, Kristen Arnold. And then for members of the audience to understand what's happening here a little bit more, we have this one council member, Councilmember Egger, who lives so close to the project location that by law he needs to recuse himself. So he's going to have to exit the room so that the council cannot see any visual cues about what he might vote if he was allowed to vote for on this item, or hear anything, get any input. And then the council will hear the presentation, and then the council will do questions on the presentation, and then when the public comment starts, if Councilmember Egger wishes to make a public comment, I can go get him, and he can come in and do his public comment, and then go back out for the rest of the comment and deliberation, and then when the item is done, I can go back and get him. So I just want to make sure people understand the process so that no one thinks, that he's being excluded, or that he wants, he might want to be a part of this process, but legally is required not to be in the room and giving input. So just don't want anyone to misinterpret that. And then for the next item, we'll bring him back in. And with that, I want to turn it over to Nodder to start actually talking about the project.
There you go. Good evening, council members. Good evening, staff. Thank you for this opportunity to come before you and present this slideshow. I'll go through the perfunctory stuff and then get a little bit a little deeper into the real issues after the slideshow. So we are presenting the status of the Middleway Bridge replacement in town tonight. Fairfax has 4 federally funded bridge projects: Meadoway, Bridge Preventative Maintenance Program, Creek Road Bridge, and Azalea Avenue. But right now, in this presentation, we'll talk about Meadoway, and the other 3 projects will be a separate presentation. The project, the general phases of a federally funded project are preliminary engineering, which includes preliminary design and environmental studies. Then the next phase is the right-of-way phase and utilities. After that is construction. Funds for each phase are applied for separately, so you have to finish one phase and anticipate the funds needed for the next one and apply for those and get those granted. These are all paid. The design, environmental, right-of-way are paid by the federal grants. When I say environmental, it's NEPA. That's the federal environmental process. In California, we also have to do CEQA, but CEQA is on the local agency. The federal grant does not support the essentially local state environmental laws. The PE funds for this project were first applied for in 2010. Back then, the town didn't really have the match money for it. We had to wait a couple of years before the town had the match money and accept the grant. The grant for that phase of the project, the design and environmental, was 88.5% funded federally, and the project started in 2013. I have to say, at this point, with these funds, if the project goes on and the town or local agency receives funds, but for some reason, if the agency decides to walk away from the project, any funds used up to that point would have to be returned back to the federal government. These monies come from FHWA, Federal Highway Administration. They come through Caltrans, so they have to go back to Caltrans and back to the Fed. For this particular project, NEPA was cleared in 2019, and CEQA followed the next year. We are now in the right-of-way phase, the right-of-way and utilities phase. This phase is 100% funded. There is a rule about projects where, depending on where they're located, the funding can be 88.5% or higher, 100%. Meadoway, when we first started, was in the 88.5% bracket, but then a couple years later, the federal government, for local roads that don't get the attention from local agencies, they upped it to 100%. But the initial money stays at the initial authorization level, 88.5%. But the different subsequent phases, in this case, right away in construction, which are the bigger dollars, they are in this case 100% funded. So the current federal budget that the project received is 1,061,666. That money, we struggled for it through the applications. Caltrans has a budget constraint problem. It's been around for about 7-8 years. It used to be a lot simpler, but now it takes a long time. Just to make it long story short, to receive these funds. The first lost our application, didn't send it to the headquarters, and then we brought it up to their attention. At any rate, it took some time to clear the hurdle for this remaining budget for right-of-way and utilities, et cetera. But it finally came earlier this year, and we've been preparing to bring that to the council, and I'm glad we're here tonight. Of this amount, 218,840 is the Fairfax match. This phase is very important and critical. It's the right-of-way phase and utilities. We have street, Meadoway, that turned out about a little over 100 years ago, was offered by the land development company, Cascade Land Company, to the county. At that point, the town wasn't incorporated yet. The county was the authority, and the county didn't accept it because they didn't want to maintain it. That essentially stayed on the books as public right-of-way by default. There was a law passed in the 30s that if such dollars were offered, it would forever be actually belong to the town or local agency, county, whatever, city. But prior to that date, in 1921 is when they offered, the right-of-way to the county. That law didn't exist, but by default, the town has been managing it and maintaining that street for nearly 100 years. It's still on the books as a town right-of-way, but it's not. And the federal grant does not support projects that are not owned by the local agency that is putting the project on that street or road. So it's a necessary thing to go through and clearing the land. 2/3 of the street in that stretch belongs to the old Cascade Company, land development company, and the other third is the Hollister family. There's no signs of any ownership, paying taxes on that to the county and so forth. So the town has to go through an eminent domain process. There's also 5 residents that need to give temporary easements, and things have been prepared for those residences, offers to to essentially allow the construction happen under their land and around their land and so on and so forth. There's also 5 utility entities that run 6 utilities through the site. We need to have agreements and cooperative work arrangements with them. We have to move the utilities out of the way from construction and then bring them back. So it's 2 cycles of utility movements. And the utility companies we've been talking with, been welcoming and working with us, and we're plowing ahead. The last there's going to be, so in this phase will lead to bid, and bid will go to construction. So we're planning on having another neighborhood meeting. We've had 2 or 3 so far in the life of the project, and there will be another one with the public before the project goes to construction. And of course, then it'll be up to everyone to decide to have other, workshops or public workshops for the project at that point in construction. So the schedule comes up now, and as we plow ahead, we're not hoping, but planning on applying for the regulatory permits in the 3rd quarter of this year. Until recently, the project has been scheduled for construction in 2026. We have back calculated, in order for the project to start next spring, it has to be advertised this November. And here we are, this is June, and we're just, essentially getting the money approved to do the rest of the design work, the utilities, the right of way. And time has been marching on. We just got a report or had a discussion with one of the BBK attorneys that is helping us with the eminent domain and reviewing the easements and so on and so forth. And it looks like perhaps their part may not be finished until the end of the year. That is the eminent domain. At this point, the eminent domain, the critical path, as is said in the schedule, runs through eminent domain. Everything else fits within that period. But the eminent domain between now and whenever that's done, essentially is overshadowing the project's schedule. And the word that we had from the gentleman attorney that's helping us on this project is that given, everything is going over well, it's just this process takes. We started about, the beginning of the year. We were told that it, takes close to a year to get through, and that's coming to be true. So we just started to actually talking about revising the construction schedule. So that's something up, on the board for revision. 2026 was the scheduled time. It may not quite be happening because of, again, the land issue and the fact that we're here in June getting authorized to work with the rest of the project and finish the rest of the project.
Sorry, can we just get into the nitty gritty around that a little bit? Because I'd like to understand
Well,
that.
I think that the problem is that I have not spoken with those attorneys and I need to do that. And so we're not really at a point where we're sure that there's any change in the schedule.
So for this council meeting tonight, this was such a critical point. I pressed on and
I need to talk to
yeah.
Andrew. That's fine. I'll talk to Andrew.
And we had a short discussion with him, myself, and the Public Works Director this afternoon, and that's that's something that we needed to have, for this meeting. And that was the
I
preliminary.
understand that, Nara, but I wasn't present for that and I really needed to be.
I
But
understand.
I will be talking with them. Thank you.
I understand. So
I still have my question, sorry. So this eminent domain needs to be.
So what happened was there's roadway and it's not owned by anybody
Right,
that we
I
can
get that.
find. And so the only way we can clear that title is to do what's called the paper eminent domain. There's no opposition, there's no opponent, there's nobody on the other side. But we do need to do that because the only way to get clear title to it. And we can't do a project on property we don't have clear title to. And so a quiet title action won't work, for example, because you have to have somebody on the other side. It's basically an agreement. And so this is something that it goes through a judicial process, but it's a paper process because
Right.
there isn't anybody on the other side. Nobody's been paying taxes on that land. It's just been forgotten. It's a remainder piece. It's a small piece and it's in the roadway.
Right, but I'm trying to understand what the regulatory requirements are around, you said communicating, what is all that before the springtime? You said you have to do it in the fourth quarter in order to begin construction in the spring.
yeah, so going back to that slide, trying to. Okay.
If I might just add, I meant to jump in a little bit before Nader finished, which is what we're working on tonight is updating the agreements with the company, which Nader is a part of, for the design and all of the paperwork that needs to get done so that the bridge project for Meadow Way can be bid out. So Nader had his own company, which was CIC. It's in the staff report.
Yeah.
And his intention is to someday be able to retire, but he has made a commitment to our town to keep working on this project so that we can get these very significant grants from the Fed to be able to complete that. And we have already received, is my understanding, this dates back well before my time here in Fairfax, over $2 million. If we don't continue, which means amending these contracts and continuing, the Fed will demand $2 million that we've
Right,
already.
I got it.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. Why I'm with you on that though is I want to make sure that there's no risk in the schedule because if we miss the schedule, then we also have to give it back, right?
Right.
So,
And
what I'm hearing, whether it was part of the staff report or what we're deciding on, I want to know if there's risk to the schedule.
I don't
feel
know.
like,
Yeah, I don't know that there is, and I need to check into that.
Okay,
And
fine.
I wasn't party to that, and that's news to me.
okay,
Can I ask a question? So the community has been patiently waiting for this project, and I've been pushing for several years to get this done. And some of those folks are in the audience tonight and maybe online. But at least based on what you presented, we do the bids in November and we start the project in the spring of 2026. And many years ago, we were talking about a 2-year project, but now we're talking about a 1-year project to get it done.
That's correct.
So did I hear you correctly that it's possible that we may not be able to do this in spring of 2026? That's all I want to know.
That's correct.
I don't know that information.
I know that. I'm hearing
I-
what you're saying, but I just want to do one thing. I want to stress, I'm tired of sitting here.
I know.
We need to get this project done. If that bridge burns, people on the other side
Yes.
die. So I'm tired of sitting here since I've been working on this since 2013 when I got on the council. And I really appreciate all the work. And I know there's been delays because we didn't have a public works director And I know we've suffered some recent delays, but we need to put the pedal to the metal here. So whatever, when you speak to the attorney from BBK, they need to put the pedal to the metal. This is ridiculous. This is years in the making, and, I don't plan on running again. I'd like to see this finished.
I know, I understand that, and that is the intent. And so I'm going to make sure this.
Okay,
go.
and I really want to stress,
I
Jan,
understand.
I
know.
mean, we have people that are here that are trying to support this project. We have people that we thought we'd be looking at the eminent domain for these properties that nobody owns in July. We better be there.
Yeah, we're going to see that in July.
And I'm not criticizing you all, but I've just been sitting here way too long listening to this project. Let's get her done, please.
Okay. So, and then you still have some presentation to go, or are you close to?
Well, I
Okay.
just
Yep.
mentioned, that we'll step through, some of these perfunctory items, but really this is one of the most critical phases of the project, the right away. This is when, actually, this project happens to be, by the virtue of being a project, solving a right-of-way issue that no one was aware of. It took us years to actually come up with research. We hired people who went back to the Spanish land grant to dig up data to find out, who owns what, and then everything fell in place once that we hired this old sage in the right-of-way business, and everything, did all the surveys closed, and they found out, this land. They dug up information that this was offered but was never taken. So, by the virtue of being a project, it's been essentially saddled with solving a problem that no one knew it existed. I must also mention that beside the work that the town is doing to clear the ownership, Caltrans has to certify the process too. So add that to any time that our attorneys, the town's attorneys, are going to take to to wrap up things. So that's another factor. And we're going to meet with Caltrans in the next month or so, bring our staff, or the attorneys, with the Caltrans Senior Right-of-Way District for right-of-way staff to make sure that they're okay. It's not, the attorneys are doing a great job. They know what Caltrans wants. I don't think we'll have issues. It's just the steps that we have to take to get the right-of-way certified.
Okay, well, I think what you were trying to do was provide an overview, because not everybody's been on the council to hear this. But I think, as Heather points out, we're just talking about moving this contract forward. So
Right.
it's probably time to do public comment.
Yeah, yeah. So thank you. And yes, again, we're just going to reiterate that this is mostly about transferring the contract from one agency to another. So the other issues, contractor to another. So that's the main thing before us. Go ahead, Mr. McIntosh.
Right. Thank you. The first thing, I believe it's up 100.5% when you combine the state and the federal for the reimbursement. I strongly support this town provides the $218,000 who are not exposed to paying for an uncompleted project. To help Janet, if you speak to your attorneys about eminent domain, there's something called quick take. And a quick take is generally used for the purpose, let me finish, of utilities and dropping lines. It also includes public infrastructure projects like bridges, which I just looked up and verified before I spoke. And what that does, it allows you to file a quick take for eminent domain to speed the process up, and then later have a discussion on how much and who gets reimbursed, which means that had BBK been paying attention, they could do this for you immediately and later come up to a discussion of what the value is to pay. And the reason why is because the bridge is for the public use. It's a public benefit. And you can specifically look up quick take, eminent domain, and ask if it covers bridges instead of just utility lines, and you'll find that it does. So again, this could have saved you maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars and saved you a year in time had you spoke to the correct attorney. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Next, please.
My name is Andre Fino. I live at 60 Minute Way. I want to say, first of all, we're very grateful that you guys are putting the priority on this project because I know that it's belaboring the point. Everybody here in Fairfax, we have a lot of consternation about being trapped in a town that has one way in, one way out, right? With a natural disaster or wildfire. Right? Now imagine going over a rickety, spongy bridge every day. That's not unlike the Indiana Jones ride at Disneyland. It's scary, you know. So we've been doing that and we've been waiting, and we're very grateful for Nader and the rest of the council. Councilwoman Kohler, thank you very much. I really appreciate your effort to help us get this done. Very appreciative of all of it. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, I'm Karen Arnold and I live on 38 Meadowway. Been there for 34 years. And like Andre said, I want to thank the town council and the town staff for all your work. Nader, this is an amazing project. Our current bridge is over 75 years old. It's single lane, rickety wooden. The pillars are creosote soaked wood into the creek bed. This is a San Anselmo Creek bed, so we're polluting the creek. And it's a fire safety, it's an earthquake safety issue. We're very concerned. There's 30 homes live across the bridge, over 70 people, and that's our only way out, our only egress. So we really think it's important and hope that you will support this project. It's going to be a great job when it's all done. They're going to restore the creek bed. They're going to, make a sturdy concrete bridge that won't burn. So it's what we need. And I hope you see that. And I do appreciate the town's effort with public comments. We had, I think it was 3 meetings with the neighbors. They got all of our input. It really met the needs of the community. And I remember Barbara attending. I think she was on the council for at least 1 or 2 of those public meetings. And it was very helpful because the engineering firm took our input and came up with a really good design. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Pam Meggs, 310 Cypress Drive, Fairfax. Stephen and I have been on the Firewise Committee for the Cascade Canyon since 2017. We're very involved. We've done, sort of these smaller evacuations, but we do keep in touch with various pockets of people in the Cascade Canyon, which is really deadly. And that goes all the way back into Canyon, but Meadowway is part of our group. We educate 500 homes, I believe, in the Cascade Canyon. Anyway, that area, they are really nervous, and I don't blame them. If that bridge goes, I don't know how they're going to get across. I mean, it really needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Todd Greenberg. Keeping good care of our public infrastructure is critical, and providing for public safety is critical. And so I'm in favor of getting this and other things done, but I'm not in favor of overspending. And tonight you're being asked to increase the budget by another $1 million. And this, at first blush, I'm not expert on this at all, and I want to see the bridge done, but $4,139,842 so far seems like a big price. I'm curious if anyone on the council has asked what other projects of this nature cost, because at first blush, to me, it seems a little bit like the Flood District 9 boondoggle, where the money keeps getting milked, and as long as somebody else is paying it, it's fine. Some of the pages here, as I've said on other staff reports, this looks like maybe size 3 font maybe size 4 font. No one can read it. I'd request that the town council staff reports and agenda be published in 12-point type and any pages so that people can read anything that is here rather than, hey, it was here, but you couldn't read it. That being said, please, council, research what other bridges of this nature cost and see if something can be done about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in
There are
the room
no
or online?
speakers on Zoom.
Okay, so we're going to be bringing it back.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead. Hi, sorry, we can't.
He's recused. So I'd like to make a motion to approve amendment number 10 to the master agreement with California Infrastructure Consultancy, CIC, to transfer the contract from CIC to MGE Engineering and increase the contract amount by $1,061,666 for final design, right-of-way, and utilities coordination services for Meadoway Bridge replacement, and accept $842,826 in grant funding.
Second.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
This project has to get done, and so of course, yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yeah.
Mayor Blash.
Yes, and I'm going to clarify one more time that we have asked Mr. Egger that he didn't want to make comment in the public comment, right? So we're good to go. That's it. So we'll get him and bring him back in. Thank you. Okay. So I believe Councilmember Kohler will be back in a moment, but I think we can get started on this part since it's late at night. So we're going to move on to the second amendment to the master agreement with MGE Engineering to increase the contract amount by $174,280 for additional cultural and historic resources and environmental studies for Creek Road Bridge and Bridge Preventive Maintenance Program, BPMP, Canyon, Marin, Spruce, and accept $115,739 in grant funding. Additionally, combine the separate agreement for Azalea Bridge project with the master agreement. Okay, here we go.
Thank you again. It seems like I may have neglected to really state what the purpose of tonight's presentation was, which was really transferring the contract from one firm, which was CIC, my firm, California Infrastructure, to MGE Engineering. Just giving you a little background, I started at CIC in 2007. In 2021 or so, after 40 years or so in the business, I wanted to have a plan for retirement. So I merged the firm, brought the staff and the projects to MGE Engineering, a longer established, more powerful, more resources. It's a DBE engineering company, disadvantaged business enterprise, that is. And but I am here to stay. I mean, the accounts of, like Mark Twain said, accounts of my death have been greatly exaggerated. I'm here to stay through particularly the Meadoway's most critical phase, which is this right-of-way phase, to the end, and the other projects, which we'll be talking about shortly now, to also bring those to a logical, essentially transfer point to another principal in the firm. So the town's three other bridge projects are Bridge Preventative Maintenance Program, or BPMP. That's happening to bridges on Canyon Road, Spruce Road, and Marin Road here in town. The next one is Creek Road Bridge, just down the street from us here. That's a seismic retrofit project. And Azalea Avenue Bridge, which is also a replacement bridge, is a structurally deficient bridge that was determined to be replaced. Again, the local share varies from 0 in case of Azalea and Creek Road to 11.5% for BPMP. Again, I'm hoping that the town supports these projects, because if we don't, we have to go back and return money that's been given to the town throughout the years to Caltrans. Again, I won't go through this. The general phases are PE, preliminary engineering, which is kind of a little bit of a misnomer because it includes preliminary design and environmental, right-of-way construction, and again, the funds you have to determining based on what happens in that phase, that determines what you need the next phase. So you apply for them in steps. Again, CEQA is on the town. NEPA is supported by the federal grant. The town has to pay 100% of the CEQA costs. The bridge preventative maintenance, that's a 88.5% federally funded, was started in 2010, and actually applied for in 2010, started in 2013. Things went along fine, the environmental process, but in the process, NOAA told us that the fish ladder at Canyon Road had to be repaired, or they would not certify the project. That kind of fell at odds with the Caltrans's philosophy about these projects, but two federal, essentially FHWA and NOAA clashed a little bit, but we managed to get a cooperation between the two of them. Caltrans says that they would pay for it. We also were handed a new directive by Caltrans to do what it's called extended phase 1 investigation. This is for native artifacts, excavations at the Marin Road site, as well as Creek Road site, two separate projects, two additional studies that was given to us to do in 2023. We've pretty much finished all of that work. There's one report for BPM for Creek Road that is being reviewed by Caltrans. Two that got affected for BPMP are being reviewed, and essentially after that, NEPA is going to be certified. As far as CEQA is concerned, we're going through the second draft review by a CEQA attorney that represents the town before the 30-day circulation for public input in the CEQA reports for BPMP and Creek Road. And we anticipate both CEQA and NEPA being essentially approved by the third quarter of this year. We don't anticipate having any right-of-way or utility issues for BPMP, but we will have temporary easements needed. That's just to traipse, in people's backyard. People's properties go into the creek, so if we're in the creek, then we're traipsing on their properties, so easements will be needed for that. We're hoping to begin the regulatory permit applications later this year in light of the fact that NEPA is going to be approved pretty shortly. And construction should start in 25, 26, should everything go through according to the desired timelines. The Creek Road Bridge was funded. The Creek Road Bridge is a seismic retrofit project, but it also has its own maintenance program. Caltrans combined those for us together. Again, very similar timelines, and it's been running very much parallel with BPMP throughout the years. We had the XPI, the extended phase one, the additional excavations for that one as well, reports, and we're waiting for, actually, that's a little bit ahead of BPMP because only one report was impacted. Well, we're very close to getting NEPA certified. We're waiting for these contracts to transfer over so we can pay the sub-consultants who are in charge of that to finish those last two reports with Caltrans's review. And in the meantime, CEQA is being reviewed um, for veracity and correctness, and that will go to a 30-day circulation, and eventually will come to the town council for review and adoption. So we talked about that. So in this next phase, of course, we'll be doing the utilities and final design. This is all going to be done in the new firm by the staff of MGE. At Creek Road, the bridge was built on the corner, maybe a 2x2 area of one of the neighbors' properties. It was never registered as such. So the only right of way thing that we have to perform there is have an agreement. They will probably get a few dollars for the land that the bridge occupies, and then temporary easements similar to the BPMP project. We're spacing these projects, so this one goes to construction in 2027, not clash with the other construction projects in town and BPMP. Azalea Avenue, that's the fourth project. The bridge was determined to be structurally deficient. Half of the bridge, or the street became one way because of that. So there's only, one lane of traffic on it. And it was structurally deficient to the point where, it was eligible for replacement. It started in 2016 and it's 100% funded. That bridge falls also in the flood zone 9 program that was mentioned. And because of the hydraulics and hydrology, the bridge has to be raised about 3 feet at that point. It impacts several neighbors. The one closest to the bridge, their front yard is going to be touched up. Then the next one up the street from that, and 2 others to a lesser degree. We met with the most impacted residents, the 2, back in with Wayne Bushman Garrett. Toy was the town manager, and we explained the project with them. The 2 others, we were planning on meeting with them, but then again, the staffing changed, and I have been, hoping to go back. Now it's a point that we should go back and talk to all 4, the other 2 anew again. So we've kind of made the project a little dormant. Didn't want to clear NEPA on that without having gone to, the first public outreach meeting on that project. So kind of slow down the NEPA process so that we have talked with the impacted neighbors, then have a more general public outreach and not have people come to the meeting angry about, their projects or their properties being impacted. So it's time with, the new Public Works Administration that we, go back to all 4 residents, bring back the project to them and eventually have the first workshop later on, hopefully later on this year. We're planning on certifying NEPA and CEQA in next year. And right now, we're envisioning construction happening in 2028 on
Great.
that project.
Okay,
I believe that's the last slide.
great. So are there questions from council members at this point?
I have a question. Are you staying through to the completion of these bridges?
I'm sorry, would you repeat your
Are you
question?
staying, like, you're staying for Meadow Way? Are you staying for these ones?
So these ones, my plan is to reach those important milestones, which is clearing NEPA and CEQA for them. Then at that point, and before that, I will have, brought up other principals and staff up to speed on the projects. And at that point, I will have to stay on, to a much lesser degree, of course, not completely go away, but not have the, full-time, complete responsibility for them. But Azalea, I've already brought up one principal up to speed on that. So when we go meet with the residents, it'll be, three of us meeting with them. So yeah, the transition, but the milestones are really clearing environmental, the NEPA and CEQA being certified for these three projects is really the milestone that, beyond which changes in staffing would be more reasonable to be taking place.
Are there other questions?
Question here.
Okay, Mr. Egger.
At one time, that Azalea Bridge replacement was going to require excavating the creek bed. Is that no longer happening? Because you're going to raise the bridge, you don't have to dig down and excavate out the creek bed?
It's about in order to meet the flood zone 9 requirements for the flow that they wanted to pass through, we not only raised the bridge 3 feet, but we're clearing, through its short stretch of the bridge by about 9 inches or so. We're, just scraping the creek and re-landscaping, re-vegetating anything that's impacted by that. But just to meet the flood zone 9's requirements for the amount that they want of flooding that they wanted to pass through.
Flood zone 9 is going to be going out of business. You know that before this bridge is probably built.
I hear that
It's not going to be, it won't be refunded. People of Ross Valley will not refund. San Anselmo's already pulled out.
Okay.
That's okay. Another question is on the Canyon Road Bridge. At the time they put that fish ladder in, they were saying, "Oh, what a great deal! We've got a fish ladder." That's been a salmon killing fish ladder, that steel fish ladder, and
Okay.
it's going to be replaced. Do they know what they're going to replace it with?
If you were talking to NOAA today, they would say, "What replacement? Replace what?" They insisted that it be repaired and kept.
That ladder, the fish ladder?
Absolutely,
Can I-
absolutely,
So I'm going
absolutely.
to remind us that we're not talking about the details of the construction. We're just supposed to be talking about transferring the contract, right?
We have several agenda items.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, and the presentation, everything's great, but it's like the whole point of tonight is just transferring the contracts, right? Am I right there? Okay.
Yes,
So
you're
I think we're
correct.
not really supposed to go way off track on the details of those contracts, but I mean, I'm, trying to like let people speak their piece and all, but it seems like we just need to work on that particular item, which is transferring the contracts.
So will that project, Canyon Road Bridge, need CEQA or NEPA approvals? A process?
Oh, it will need both, absolutely.
Okay,
And
good,
it's
okay,
going
good.
Through both. It's going through
We'll be able
both.
to
just
talk
like-
about the fish ladder with them.
Yeah, all federal projects have to clear NEPA and all projects in California have to clear CEQA, so it's a dual thing.
Right.
They're trying to replace those ladders throughout the system. There's one down at Pastore too,
Right.
that's got to be replaced.
So I'm going to keep reminding people that we didn't notice the public that we'd be talking about the details. So
You have some interesting stories about the fish ladder, but that would be for another time. How they came about to be in this area. It was an oil spill in the bay that forced the oil companies to bring this technology from Alaska. It turned out to be a big mistake. So not a wise decision, but at this point they're here to stay.
Okay, so we're going to move to public comment. So if people would like to speak on this one, please come to the podium. And is there anyone online also who wants to speak? Okay, in that case, we can deliberate on it. Thank you.
I'm ready to make a motion. I'd like to, okay, but maybe I should say it first. I'd like to make a motion to approve amendment number 11 to the master agreement with MGE Engineering, Inc. to increase the contract amount by $174,280 for additional cultural and historic resources and environmental studies for Creek Road Bridge and Bridge Preventive Maintenance Program, BPMP, Canyon Marin Spruce, and accept $115,739 in grant funding. Additionally, combine the separate agreement for Azalea Avenue Bridge project with the master agreement.
Second.
Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay. Moving on to the consent calendar. So again, the council can approve all items on the consent calendar in one action. Alternatively, any council member or staff member can remove items for separate discussion and voting. Public comments on the consent calendar items are taken collectively, not item by item. During this period, speakers may address any item on the consent calendar with each speaker allotted up to 2 minutes and limited to one comment session. So I just want to go down and make sure that now would be the time. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Frank Ager here. I'd like to pull items B, E, H, and K.
All right, so I'm going to check with other council members. Councilmember Garanghelli, is there anything you want to pull or? Okay, great. Just check. I want to make sure. Okay. Councilmember Kohler, is there anything you want to pull?
No, when we get to it, there's a small error on one of the resolutions that I'll bring up.
Okay. And Councilmember Hellman, is there anything you would like to pull?
Nope.
Okay, so we are going to pull B, H, and K for separate discussion. So
I think he said B,
B, E, H,
Oh,
and K. Yes.
H, and
E,
K.
H, and K. Sorry, I missed the E in there. So we're going to pull B, E, H, and K. So people can comment on whatever is left, and then
A,
we'll,
C, D,
right.
F, G, I, and J is
Okay.
left.
So whatever's left, you can comment on now, and then we will see if we can approve that part of the consent calendar. And then we have four additional items to get to, and I am going to assume we're going to have to decide on something at 11:30. Yes, ma'am? Were you going to say something? Okay, so let's go on to public comment on the remaining items on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Hi, Todd Greenberg here. It's pretty evident that Mayor Blash seems to want to do whatever she wants to do without a vote of the council on changing how things are done, and does not want the public to have input on this consent calendar. At the last meeting, Councilman Ager asked that the public be able to speak first so that the council members could hear what the public was saying about which items should be pulled. I would like to ask you to pull items D, E, which has 4 sub-items in it, F, J, K, and I. Now, I've taken up some of my time here unnecessarily because you're not letting the public speak first. So I'd like you to go back and consider and pull all the items that I've asked to be pulled. You've got, pardon me, do I speak or somebody want to say something? Okay, so item 5E, 5D, there's no public audit available related to the budget. Okay? There's no current public audit available. How are you going to possibly do anything with the budget without the public or you being able to see an audit? So serious flaw. 5E, there's a 2.3% tax hike.
Frank already pulled E, so stop talking about it.
E4 is 11.1%.
I think Frank pulled that. Thank you.
5F is a 3% tax increase. 3 tax increases here. Then Mayor Blash also has a letter that nobody else has reviewed that's going to be voted on. And then she's seeking to be able to have carte blanche to write letters on behalf of the counselor.
That, so you can't talk about that. We're going to talk about it.
That's all I have to say.
Okay, next, please.
One, I'd like to say, thank Frank Egger, because I guess when he said that, do I need to get an attorney and sue you guys so I can pull things off consent? It must have been really listened to. So thank you, Mr. Egger. What I want to remind the general public from all the times that you have pushed these consent calendars through, you're violating law. On one side, if you don't discuss it with the public, you're basically saying that, oh, you all know what it is, so you've all discussed it, or last 3 of you, and you're not allowing the public to be a part of that discussion. That's in violation of the Brown Act. On the other hand, if you really haven't discussed this and discussed among yourself of what's best for the town, then that means that you're just voting for something without knowing what it is, and that is malfeasance. So again, the consent calendar should be for ministerial things like renewing your insurance, renewing your phone bill. But when we have pushed through very important items, including our budget, and it's not discussed with the public, even when the public, like Todd, has tried so hard so many times to ask for you to discuss these things in public where you've refused, I asked the question, have you already discussed this? And if you have, behind closed doors, outside of the public purview, you're in violation of the Brown Act. If you haven't, are you really passing a consent calendar that includes our budget and our disbursement of financial funds without knowing what's in there? That'd be malfeasance. The reason we have a council is so you guys can all look at something with a different perspective and bring it forth in front of the public. Say, hey, is this a good expense of the public funds? But when you have your consent and you jam it through, you're not. You're either violating the Brown Act because you've already discussed it, or you're with malfeasance passing something that you don't know what it is and you haven't given the benefit to your other council members to discuss it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone online? Okay, so we're going to bring it back and we're going to, I'm just going to clarify that this is how every council and the Board of Supervisors does it. So it's not unusual. The process is not strange. I mean, it may be difficult to understand, but it is not unusual. It's not something that Fairfax is doing extra special to anybody else. But let me just finish, please. So I just want to mention that if the public has things that they would like to have pulled, I know many of you who are in the audience are at every meeting and read every agenda very carefully in advance. You can write to your council members and say, I'd really like this pulled, and if they would like to pull it, they can pull it for you. So I just want to put that out there as an option. And I'm going to move it now, Councilmember Kohler.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve item A, C as in cat, D as in dog, F as in Frank, G as in God, I as in whatever, and J on the consent calendar. Make a motion to approve those. Oh, God, give me a break.
Okay, just go over it again. Let's just go over it again. It's okay. You got it? Do you want Christine to read it?
I'll second them. Is there a second?
No, there's no second.
Okay, I'll second. I just want to say a quick word about the one item about the written council assignments. The two or three ones that I attend are at the end of the month. And they come generally at the night of or the next day after the deadline. And so by the time I turn my report in, it's too late. So every time I see the report, it says Agers was too late with his report because my groups don't meet till the end of the month.
So I was wondering if, Town Clerk, if you could explain, like, I'm going to say what I do, but I don't know if this is the right process. So sometimes if I have one of those, like, it's really frustrating. I just include it in the council member reports for the next month. I'm like, yeah, I met, or I sometimes will put like, I'm going to meet, but, and I know what the agenda items are, but I haven't done it yet. Alternately, there have been times where like it happened on the 28th or the 29th or something, and I just ended up putting it in the next.
Or you can
next
just
report.
do what I do, which is just write meeting held after report submitted. So you can just put what you went to.
Yeah, because I know I know we all want to reflect what we have done for transparency and for the public, but that's kind of the frustrating thing is that there's these meetings that kind of slip in there. Okay. Is it just that, okay. All right.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second.
Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Question is I part of this?
Yes.
No.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay. So now we are going to move on to 5B. And that is approving the minutes from April 2nd and April 18th, 2025 town council meetings.
I'll tell you quickly on this one. It's real quick. On the minutes of the 2nd of April, on page 4, there's some discussion here. It's Vice Mayor Hellman, et cetera. And then it comes down to the planning director, Beiswinger. He also confirmed with Councilmember Ager that sewer and septic systems and legalization of units fall under standard building code requirements. ADUs can be counted towards the town's RENA. The only error there is the septic systems. In 1974, we passed a ban on septic systems. It's never been taken off the books, or maybe it disappeared. But I'm telling you, we passed a ban. The ban was put on, and because septic tanks were leaching in a creek. And off of Cascade Drive and Canyon Road. Canyon Road
What is the
actually
change
taxed themselves in order to join Ross Valley Sanitary District. And so the town approved a septic tank on a new house on Cascade Drive, Outer Cascade.
Good.
And Fairfax has a ban on septic.
What is the
So
change you
Frank,
would like to
just
see?
what are the words that you want to put
'Cause
in the minutes?
So here's the words. He also confirmed with Councilmember Ager that I'd say, well, I did not say that the sewer and septic systems fall under standard building code requirements. Maybe if you want, he confirmed with Councilmember Ager that the units that the requirements that ADUs be counted towards. Yeah, let's see, how's the wording? That ADUs can be counted towards the town's RENA numbers. That's all. Just take out the sewer and septic tanks, though.
Okay. So
Or leave the sewer and take out septic. Just take out septic tank.
take
How's
out
that?
septic.
Just take out septic tank.
Okay, that's something that could be emailed in advance. Just you're omitting one word and we took it off the consent and just a suggestion
Well,
for the
I'm
future.
just doing, I was told.
No, you
I
can
wanna
write
talk about
in advance of the meeting and then we'll,
No, I can't do it in advance of the meeting. I have to wait till the mayor calls on me.
No.
No.
You can write in advance of the
tweet.
meeting about a tweet.
You know what? Let me tell you.
Tweaks
I'll
to the
guarantee
minute.
you, I checked with my lawyer. I have a right to speak on every item on this agenda, no matter what your town attorney says. And so I'm just telling you,
I just was
We're
hoping you would
we're
be
just
more
trying to-
respectful of our time.
I most certainly am.
Okay, so let's vote on this one because it's simple enough. So let's just move on and vote on I'm sorry, public comment. Thank you. I'm getting tired. So is there public comment on the meeting notes?
On the removal of one word.
Right.
Todd Greenberg, I resent you making fun of me, Ms. Hellman. Quit laughing on the podium. It's insulting.
Okay, move on.
I'm able to comment on the meeting minutes, not just on Councilman Eger's comments. And I want to
Go
point out the fault without you interrupting me, if that's possible, Ms. Blash. Is that possible? May I have the stand here? It's 1:30 left for me to speak. Or am I going to be interrupted again? The last page, I believe page 9, or actually, let's just look at page 9, whatever it is in order here. I want to give an illustration of why we should not have action meeting minutes. We should not have brief comments because the public cannot follow what was said. I'll give you an illustration. It says Todd Greenberg cited a section of the government code. What section? What was the comment about? Nobody knows. That's just one of many comments I could make, but I'll just leave it at that. These are records for the public that are not able to attend the meeting to try to understand what went on. It's a big sacrifice. I appreciate all of you are making it to be here and to follow what's going on. As former Mayor Kohler has stated, there should be a meeting record that is understandable for future councils. Why is that not being done? It looks like lots of things are being hidden from the public. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Are there any other speakers online or in the room? Okay, so can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve item B with the change that Councilmember Egger requested.
Councilmember Eger,
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Aye.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Oops, aye. Boundary confusion. I just wanted to also note that, I think Councilmember Egger made a really good point, which is, where's the point at which something needs to be pulled from the agenda and where's the point at which it's a correction? So a correction, I think, is something, do we need to, can a correction be emailed in advance, or is a correction something that we need to pull something off of the consent calendar? Can somebody clarify that?
My recommendation would be that if a council member has a clarifying question or would like to recommend or suggest a correction be made to any item on the agenda, they reach out to a staff person, the town manager. They reach out to the town manager and we go from there. I mean, this, we would have said, yeah, that's an administrative change we can make. And we can do that. If it's more extensive, then we recommend that they pull it off consent. Or
Great.
bring that up at the meeting.
Okay, great. So that clarifies a little bit, because I think there is some confusion about what's the line there. So that's important. And I want to also then move us along to,
E,
yes,
I think
I can read 5E.
Councilmember Egger had pulled E off.
Yes, I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
Just
okay,
looking-
so I just pulled it off because I think people need to understand exactly what we're doing. The number one, the resolution setting the amount of 220 for the special municipal services tax. It's up, but it's up within the guidelines of what the tax originally said. So
Right, that's what we ran, that it would increase for
yes,
$5.
so for folks who don't know, I'm just repeating it
Thank you.
quickly. Number two, the pension tax rate. And is that the same as last year? Same thing. Okay, so there's no increase. Number three is the $15 per unit runoff fee. That's no change. It's always been $15. Four, I guess, is a change from 0.250. It was what was it? 0.225. I'm just.
It says zero.
So but
225.
it's a very small increase.
Right.
Very small increase. That's all, just for the records, because folks need to know that we're not raising a bunch of taxes tonight. That's all.
Thank
And
you.
I just want to clarify a couple of, I thank you, Frank. I think that's really helpful to give your background on these things because you've been involved in these much longer than most of us. But I just want to say on the first resolution, there are some just errors where the fourth whereas says July 1, 2024, it should say 2025. At the bottom where it says the foregoing resolution was passed, et cetera, it says the 5th day of June 2024 should be the 4th day of 2025. So just with those changes, I think it's good to go.
Okay, any other comments from council members? And yes, thank you. It's good to clarify that. Really important. Okay, no, I'm moving on. So public comment.
This is Todd Greenberg with 14 actual items on the consent calendar that are fuzzied up by presenting them with lettering and then 4 nested under E. One would have 8.57 seconds to address each of these. That doesn't seem like adequate time to many people. On item E here, I agree with Councilman Ager that 2 and 3 are not increases, but I'd state it differently on number 1 and 4. Yes, is within purview to raise these taxes. But there are 2 tax increases here. The special municipal services tax is being increased by 2.3%, and Measure K's assessment tax is being increased by 11.1%. And I differ, and I think most people would not consider 11.1% as accurately worded as a slight increase here on number 4. So I object to that. I think that's misleading for anyone who didn't do the math calculation. I don't think it's fair to the public. I think it should have been delineated in percentage in all of these reports. You're driving up the cost of living in Fairfax, and you're not doing it transparently. You're not providing for public input. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online? Okay.
So I want
bringing
to
it back.
clarify, having run Measure F, that Measure F was run for a vote passed by the voters. And in Measure F, it raised the tax $5 every year. There were folks who wanted to raise it by the CPI, but I knew I was running it. Ran it for a $5 increase. As far as Measure K, I believe, Mike, that deals with the rates that the bonds are. Is that correct? It's a small change.
In total, it doesn't end up changing tax. It does this year because we're trying to make it so that when we pay the bonds off, we'll leave nothing in the fund. We have to exhaust what's in
Yeah,
the
so it deals with because we're paying the bonds off.
Yeah, so it's only adjusting so that we can pay the bonds off and leave nothing in the fund. So if we leave it lower, we could do that. But that just means the tax has to go longer because you still have to pay off the debt. So,
Okay, and the longer it takes, the more money it costs, correct?
well, yeah.
Okay, so there's that. So with that, I would like to make a motion and thank Councilmember Egger for your background on these. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the 4 resolutions setting taxes to be collected by the Marin County Auditor Controller for fiscal year 25-26.
Second.
Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garanghelli.
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Fuller.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, so now we are going to move on to H, which is adopt a resolution approving the list of projects funded by SB 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act for fiscal year 2025 to 26.
Yes, if I may quickly, it's $194,246. I think the road in Fairfax that needs the most work right now. It's almost an emergency. Is the Center Boulevard between Pacheco and Pastore. The bicyclist that was thrown off of her bike, it was because her front tire got caught in a divot on Center Boulevard. And that street is a mess, and we're going to get sued. What's going to happen from that stretch of roadway? And I think these funds should be going into that road, Center Boulevard, that stretch between Pacheco and Pastore. That's why I pulled that item.
Where are we at with that? We have a
So
process.
what it needs
Yeah.
is a cutout and a fill in a number of locations on there. It's real obvious to anyone who drives it.
Right. I thought.
That's why I pulled that. That's what I'm just telling you.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I guess my question is, I thought that we had a project for which that was pretty much allocated, and I was wondering where, or set of projects where that's at in terms of the process right now.
Yeah, so the project listed is the project that we already had planned and actually had bid out, and it came in way over, and so we need to rebid that. But that the SB1 funds are a portion, not nearly all of our road funds. And Mark Lockaby, who I really appreciate being here. I see him online. Yeah, he starts his day at 3:45 a.m. and he's here to answer your questions.
Okay, so are we waiting?
I just looked up, before we ask a question, I looked up on the 5-year pavement expenditure plan, and Center is down on the list for that area, but it looks like it's, now I've lost it. It was something like 33,613. I know there are other divots in roads, and I'm a bicyclist with skinny road bike tires. I've gotten caught in a number of areas, so I think there's a lot of areas like that, not just in our town. But Mark, thank you for getting out of bed. Do you want to talk to us about why you're proposing this slurry road, which I know was a project we planned to do last year?
Well, I'm not really, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not really the one that's proposing it. It's our pavement consultants and Lauren who came up with this slurry project plan last year. And like Heather had mentioned earlier, it's the best bang for the buck. It protects roads that are in good condition, keeps them in good condition so that they'll last a lot longer. It was felt by the consultant that that was the best place to spend the money. It was mentioned that we had assumed that the bids were going to come in around 500,000. They came in double. So we have the money from last year that we're combining this year, and our budget for this slurry project this year is right around 500,000. Now, I talked to the consultants and I said, hey, we came in double. We need the estimate to be more realistic. And so they reworked the numbers so that we should come in with the bids on this project to cover, what's budgeted for it. It was my feeling that, one of the problems that we have in Fairfax is, and the reason I think the bids came in so high is it's difficult to do work here. And contractors, if they're going to work here, they charge a premium for it because there's not a lot of area to stage equipment. There's a lot of problems with traffic control and having extra traffic duty. So it's just, it's just more expensive here for these types of projects.
But also, I think Heather mentioned, and do you agree, that when we do the slurry, because we have so many roads that are so problematic, that if we do the slurry, we're preventing to a certain extent, some of the breakdown that'll lead to much more expensive costs? Has that
Oh,
been your
absolutely,
experience?
absolutely, yes.
So it seems like that's a wider swath of roads we're looking at rather than just one small area.
Correct. And there's a lot of wiggle room in this. You know, the main thing is to get this funding. So we have to have this has to come before the council. We have to have the resolution to get the funding. But there's a lot of wiggle room if our new public works director feels that maybe, you know, we should do other areas or different roads, you know, that is an option.
And I'll just confirm that although this resolution needs to be passed in a timely manner, the regulator is very forgiving. If you decide to change projects, you can pass another resolution at any time during the year.
So we need to do public comment, but I'm going to note that it's way too late. Do we need to vote on?
I'll make a motion to waive the 11:30 rule.
Councilmember Ager.
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli.
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Go ahead and speak.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. This wasn't one of the ones that I was going to pull, but since it has been pulled, after I've heard the conversation, I do have some insights that might benefit the town. I don't see in this staff report any of the bidding on who this went out to. And since this town has had problems with its bidding process, where there's been big cost overruns and where contracts were awarded to a contractor that apparently has difficulty reading plans and hasn't been around in business for some time. I'm wondering how many different contractors bid on this project and whether or not local companies like Nerviani Paving were consulted. I know that they don't do some types of work, so they might not be one, and I don't know whether they'd be competitive or not. But I think it's incumbent in a town that has been operating with deficits for the past 4 years, that doesn't have money, that has paid $1.3 million in operating, in debt service, to really work hard at getting the most cost-efficient bids for every single job. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else in the room or on Zoom that would like to comment? Okay. Bringing it back, do we need to deliberate any more on this item? Are there comments?
I would say that Heather's already talked about we could potentially change this in the future, but I think she's also pointed out that this is the biggest bang for the buck and we can preserve more roads with this. And so I would make a motion to adopt the resolution to accept the list of projects funded by SB1 for the 2025-26 fiscal year.
Yeah, I'd like to add something to that on a second with another thought, and that would be, now that we have a new public works director, I'd like this to be reviewed. And speaking of bang for your buck, maybe we can do with the same money here, somehow we can also do some other streets as well. These are on the list, and who in the heck wants to be the guy that says, I want to take it away from these places, because everyone needs this work. But I will say, the roads travel most often, everyone comes through down Bolinas. Well, not everyone comes through Bolinas, but Sir Francis Drake, Broadway, the downtown, and that's supposed to be the centerpiece of the town. And it gets the most road use because that's where everyone travels through when they leave town. And we got to do something down there. So I like to see as much added down there as possible, without hurting the streets that are already been chosen. I know that's a weird second, but I'm just saying that I'm seconding that we got to do this, but we also need to get, I don't really trust what happened before. So nothing against Mark, he was the acting director, but I have no trust in what happened before. And I'm looking forward to seeing the talents of our new public works director.
Dan, a second.
Okay.
Councilmember Ager,
No.
Councilmember Garanghelli,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to move on to K, which is adopt a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign legislative letters of support or opposition on behalf of the full town council under a limited and defined set of policy areas consistent with the town's adopted values and goals. So we can have questions. I'm just going to say that I didn't put this on the agenda. It was suggested as a way to streamline some of the process. So I don't have a deep investment in it either way. So I'll go ahead and let Councilmember Egger discuss his concerns.
Thank you. I'm directly involved in coastal, river, and salmon issues statewide, not just in Marin County or Sonoma County, but statewide. And I'm just concerned about, I'm not sure what the town's position is on some of these issues. I can't give my approval to something that I may be litigating. So that's all. Thank you.
I just want to add, so I am the vice chair of the Mayors and Council Members Legislative Committee, and the chair of that committee, Alice Fredericks, has a provision in Tiburon where things are really need to be expedited. So it's not where you have time that she can send letters on behalf of Tiburon, whether she's the mayor or not. I have never brought that because I felt that, I think it's very rare where we have to act so fast that we don't have time to bring it to the council. There are times where we will get something from Cal Cities and they say, you got to do it tomorrow. But typically, as I've been watching the legislation, I think we typically have time. And you know what? If Fairfax doesn't send a letter, I don't know that the world will end or that the legislature will care. So to me, when I saw this, I had some concerns because I think for the most part, we have been able to fit them into the council agenda. And I think Councilmember Egger has specific concerns. And when I read this, I thought it was kind of broad, but it seemed fine to me as long as it was really where we had like no time. But I think we'd be better off not doing this at this point.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. Like I said, I'm not deeply invested in either way. I have seen a couple of situations recently where things that we felt, somewhat strongly about kind of slipped through because we couldn't, have them approved fast enough. But it seems to me only fair also that the whole council see the letters, that the public see them, and that we, move from there. So I'm fine letting it go too.
So I think we need public comment, but I would also suggest that I would make a motion just saying we don't accept the recommendation and don't pass item K.
Right. So I see that Todd would like to make a comment. Is there anyone online who'd like to make a comment? Okay, so let's let Todd make his comment.
Hi, Todd Greenberg, downtown Fairfax. I'm heartened to see that we finally seem to mostly agree, at least 3 of the council members so far. You've said some of my concerns already, but it's not clear to the public who put this on the agenda. I think most people think that the mayor sets the agenda. Is somebody other than the mayor setting the agenda? Is a question that I would like to have answered if the mayor didn't care either way about this. I think it's crucial that 5 council members debate and vote before they speak on behalf of Fairfax. Absolutely essential. So I applaud you if you veto this bad idea. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment? Okay, so I'm going to clarify that the agenda is a collaborative effort. And, you see that we talk about future agenda items. There are a lot of items that we deal with every year that are just standard run-of-the-mill items that staff bring up because they just kind of have to happen. This was seen as something that might be streamlining. And so I thought, well, it's fine to go on the agenda. If somebody thinks it's really terrible, they'll pull it off, which they did. So I'm fine with that too. So I just want to say that I don't sit and make up every item on the agenda because I'm not managing the town. I'm a council member. And so I was fine with it being on the agenda. I'm also fine with someone pulling it.
I made the motion to vote no, to accept the recommendation, and I think you seconded?
Yes, I will.
Councilmember Ager.
No. Is that the correct?
Councilmember
But
Kieran.
you can clarify, how are we voting?
Voting.
Are we voting yes if we want to get rid of it?
I
Are
made
we
a
voting-
motion to vote no.
Okay.
That-
So it's a no recommendation. We're not accepting the,
Agree. Frank, you want to agree?
Councilmember Garangeli.
I think
he
said-
already did.
He did. He did. He said he agreed
I
with her.
second it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so Councilmember
I-
Gully.
No as well.
Okay, same for me. No as well. So we're not accepting.
It's an eye on the
It's an
no.
aye. Okay.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Okay, and
I'm sorry, I'm just for
Okay.
clarity, if you vote no, you're voting not in support of Councilmember Kohler's motion.
which is
So
to
if you
get
would
rid of
like
it.
to support her motion, you need to vote yes or aye. So we're gonna start over from the top.
So Bart,
Take two.
Hold on a second.
Can we hear her?
Councilmember
motion?
Kohler, will you please repeat the motion?
So my motion is that we do not pass this recommendation.
Oh.
Got it?
I'll
Can we
second
get-
that?
Thank
The
you. Councilmember Ager,
Aye.
Councilmember Garangeli,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Blash.
okay, I agree with Councilmember Kohler.
What's your,
Yes, aye.
what's your
Okay.
vote?
Good. We got over that hurdle. That's fabulous. No, we're going to. So we already discussed a little bit about council member reports and comments, and we had a little discussion about the best way to deal with items that come in after our reports are due. So that's great. You can read about those on the consent calendar that we just passed. We do have a whole list of future agenda items that we will be considering at some point in the future. And yes, I am going to go over them because I think it's important for us to keep reconfirming where we're at, because I think people become quite unhappy and anxious when they aren't sure that their agenda item is still going to happen. So I'm just going to make sure that I have them right. So we kind of have a future agenda item, which is going to be new housing laws 101. That's probably going to be July 16th. That was kind of my suggestion. We're going to have a park rules review, which is Mr. Garangeli's suggestion, and that is going to be done after the encampment issue is resolved. We have, this isn't anybody's suggestion, but we will probably have some cannabis applications in the summer. We still have the charter cities item for a future agenda, which would be September, I think is what we agreed from Councilmember Egger. Councilmember Kohler suggested we revise our tobacco regulations. So we will be doing that at some point. I think that we still want to have at some point in the future the dark sky ordinance. And somebody suggested tonight some revision of the formula business ordinance, and I'm not sure if that was something somebody had suggested.
I had
future agenda.
suggested that to the planning director and the legal counsel. So let's put it on for later.
Okay, so those are the agenda items we have so far on sort of the docket. That's a lot. Is there any other future agenda items that we need to put on this list at this time? Okay. And if not, we'll move on to the town manager's report.
Okay, well, it is almost the next day. I already introduced you to our new Public Works Director, Kristen Arnold, and day 3 into day 4. So thank you for being here. Congratulations. You may have noticed some odd feedback in the AV system here today. Unfortunately, we learned that because this building is quite old and has a lot of deferred maintenance, although we have been working on it. Rats got into the building and chewed on the AV system in this little closet with a tarp on it. And caused a problem for the Planning Commission. Marin TV has been able to work on it so that it was working today, but we do have some additional work to do in this building with our new Public Works Director leading that. In welcome. We'll be looking forward to that, and I appreciate everyone's patience as we try to work through. We have had AV issues in this room before, as I'm sure you remember, and we take that very seriously. I don't want people to think that we're just not aware or not trying to resolve the issue. As everyone knows, we're right here in a riparian environment where those critters love to live. So you will be hearing more about that in the future. And then I wanted to circle back. We smelled some smoke earlier in this meeting, and I did just want to let you know I was in communication with PD and fire, and that was quickly investigated and determined to be a barbecue. So we're all safe. It was a barbecue from a home here, not, no. So just a good reminder for all of us, thank you for being alert, and we're getting into fire season again. So a good reminder for everyone to do their home hardening and veg management now, because we get nervous about this time of year. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we're going to adjourn this meeting in memory of Peter. Excuse me? Yeah.
No, I was going to welcome personally our new
Yes.
Public Works Director, and maybe she can bring a little insight to Fairfax with our size of the building. I'm sure she's been dealing with that hotel in Petaluma. I read the Argus Courier, so I know what's going on.
Yeah, I just want to say we're welcoming you, and maybe at some point we could hear more from you, but we're so happy you're here. And that you live relatively close, so you can go home and go to sleep. If it's red, it's on.
Oh, my light was red. Okay. Well, just thank you.
Great, thanks so much. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks everyone very much for sticking it through. Yes, we're adjourning it in memory of Peter James Doyle, as I said before. And thanks everyone for sticking through to the bitter end. I think we got a lot of work done here tonight.